And welcome everyone. We are live here with the Risen Dominate Premade Semifinals matchup between Moe's Gay Bar and Excalibur Eternal. I am your play-by-play, Lennon Lemons White, joined today by my color. It is Tame. How are you feeling today about these games?
I'm good. I feel like I'm eternally bound to Moe's. It's like every time I cast, it just seems to be a Moe's cast. So hopefully I should be able to provide really in-depth color casting for at least one side of the team.
There you go. Hey, it all works out, right? But we are moving through this pretty quickly here so far. We do see some very, very interesting bands being picked out here. We do have on the blue side Zillion, Kaisa, and Zach taken away. And on the red side, we have Zaya, Renekton, and Jax.
Yeah, I think every time I've cast Moe's, Zillion has been the first ban against them. Mowgli the cat will always play it if it's available to them. So they're memeing right now, currently saying "Pick me, Senna" right now. Bro, just reading some of the chat, but anyway.
Now we did have our first pick there as that Thresh, and then the counter there was the Caitlyn. We'll have to see what the second pick is here for Moe's, and it's looking like it might be that Dark.
Yeah, I mean, so far all very safe, very meta picks, along with the bans aside from the Zillion and the Zac. Those are definitely some comfort, but wouldn't expect to see the Zaya going with a Thresh. Oh, Zaya's banned. I was gonna say wouldn't expect to see the Zaya going with a Thresh anyway. Oh, Kayn, that's spicy.
Kayn pick up there, I like it.
I like Kayn because I feel like he provides a lot of like unique ganking angles, and he can just get in and out of walls, and he's fun to really actually like watch and cast and everything. But it feels like no matter how many times Riot throws him little bones, like 10 damage on his Q or whatever, he just never seems meta. And I remember his designer saying when he designed Kayn, oh, nice pickup with the Cinder there, some good CC and burst coming out of the mid lane. But when his designer revealed Kayn, he expected him to be like a pro meta staple, and it's just never happened. And I wonder if Kayn will ever get his day in the sun. I would like to see it.
And you wonder if it's some of the variants and just the different ways that things can kind of work out against or with Kayn that maybe leaves him out of the competitive scene a little bit more often than not. But we do have the Veigar locked in here for Moe's, and that's hype.
So Mowgli, we tease him that basically the only two things he can play are Phase Rush Orianna and Glacial. So before it got banned, they had to lock in their mid. Cinder Veigar mid lane matchup. If I'm playing that, I am a mid main. I would like to be the Cinder in that matchup. I feel like as long as you can get around the cage, as long as you don't get baited into it, you have a pretty healthy, good matchup there. So I mean, that's going to be difficult for the Veigar to dance around. Hopefully Mowgli is able and competent.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see as we do see the rest of the bans being put through here. We had the Nautilus taken out there on the blue side and the Ashe Vladimir taken out on the red side, waiting on that last ban here. But as you were saying, I mean, really it's about filling these matchups, and especially in the mid lane, it's going to be about how this Veigar wants to use the cage, how these interactions are going to go, as we do see this Fiora as the last ban on blue.
Yeah, so we're seeing some targeted top lane bans coming out from both sides here. It's harder to tell. Ooh, is that gonna lock? Are we gonna see the Zoe actually? No, there's nowhere for it to go.
No way.
There's nowhere for the Zoe to go. Oh my god!
Oh, we got lock in Zoe.
Is this Zoe support?
We're about to have to see. It's gonna be interesting here.
Is this literally Zoe support?
Definitely throwing a wrench into the works here. And I gotta say here, as Excalibur, you gotta be kind of scratching your head.
I mean, Zoe can't jungle, and they already have Jarvan, they already have their ADC, they already have their mid lane locked, as we see. I was actually going to say earlier, Jhin Thresh is something that I would have expected to see because the double catch. Exiles, I mean, their team comp is fantastic. I really like what they're bringing to the table here. They have a well-rounded team. They might be considered a little squishy, but there's a lot of ways to get on people, a lot of ways to get out, engage and disengage, both zoning with the Jhin and the Camille and the Thresh. They can really control the map. Meanwhile, Moe's is, I'm not sure what they're doing. It looks like it is actually Zoe support that we're going to see here. Thanks, I hate it.
Now, I gotta say, in essence here, and bear with me because it's gonna be a weird trip. She works kind of like Morgana. I mean, you have the sleep where the traps line up perfectly while they're asleep. So in essence, it could maybe work out for them in this bot lane. You never know. But it is also a Zoe, and that's just questionable in my opinion.
I mean, Caps tried to play it as ADC at Worlds and got absolutely obliterated. I mean, I haven't really seen Zoe a lot in general lately. With how well-rounded Excalibur's draft is compared to the like sort of eccentricity of Mo's draft. I'm definitely feeling like Excalibur has a little bit of the advantage going in here. But you know what? Maybe the Zoe will pop off, make me eat my words, prove me wrong, make me look like a big dumb doo-doo head.
As we do have these compositions picked up here. Now, when you're looking at the general compositions, I kind of want to turn to these junglers because I want to know where you think they're going to want to put their focus here.
I mean, so with the Kayn, he can basically be anywhere, and that's his strength. You know, he's in top lane, and then 5 seconds later, he's in bot lane. So maybe seeing some vertical clears going down into the bot lane, because, I mean, there's not really a lot of mobility on the Caitlyn or the Zoe. As for the J4, I mean, if he can get on Camille before 6, that's always a good one. If you can sort of bait out the hook shot and then go into the lane, that's basically a free kill for the J4 with the EQ.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I would say the J4 is probably just going to focus top lane here, and we're back at a lobby.
Yeah, looks like we had a little bit of an issue there with the lobby, but when we look at this, I mean, you got to think there is a possibility where things kind of get moved around. There's a little bit of flex opportunity here because we have seen, and as Zepteb has said in the chat, we have seen Vigar support before. And honestly, I feel like that could go a little bit easier with the Caitlyn maybe, but also the poke from the Zoe with the Caitlyn can do well. So at least they have that going for them. Now, I do, like you said, love the composition coming out of Excalibur Eternal right now. They just have so much in and out. They have so much peel and the damage to back it up, especially with the Syndra and the Jhin.
So one thing that's interesting here is that looking at Kenny's just pulling up some stats really quickly, there's no history of any kind of Zoe at all. There is a little bit of Vigar, very, very little, but a little bit. So I'm wondering if maybe we're getting debated here, and that will end up being a Vigar support because I went back 2 seasons on UGG, and I can't see it anywhere. So I guess we'll have to see how they draft here and see how they lock in. I mean, I guess it's a flex. I mean, really, if you think about it, you could actually have. I mean, we can have Zoe top and Aurelia mid at this point. You never really know.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the beauty about League of Legends right now is you can put so many champions that you would think don't go in certain areas in those areas. And it kind of blows your mind. But with the way that this kind of start of this series is panning out, I'm so excited because we already have some spiciness coming in on game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I love to see non-standard drafts personally. I always root for them to be drafted, but then I'm always sort of like, I don't think they're gonna win. And then when they surprise me, I'm pleasantly surprised, and then I go back to being a cynic 5 minutes later. Need to work on that. I think I definitely need to work on that. But yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to get onto the Rift here. Do you want to give it to a team before we go live here? Because I'm thinking Excalibur, just based off the draft and the spike.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to have to come down to execution. I mean, they do have some PowerPoints on those that if you can get them ahead, you're going to do really well. But in general, I mean, starting off without any information during the game, I definitely think it's Excalibur favored in a way.
Yeah, definitely. And we are finding out that it is, it's going to be Zoe support. Just found out here through the lock-ins and the picks and everything. So, anything to add before we cut to a short break before we get onto the Rift here?
Well, no, just kind of excited about this and excited for the semifinals matchup. I mean, these teams have put everything on the line and just ready to see them put it all onto Summoner's Rift here. But with that, we are going to send it to a little break. So we will be right back when the game starts, and don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everyone. We are back with the Dominate Premade semifinal matchup between Moe's Gay Bar and Excalibur Eternal. We are on to Summoner's Rift, and so far, we see Excalibur with the 5-man stack.
Yeah, they're straight just running it down the lane, not in a bad way, but more the metaphorical way here. Definitely looking for a cheese. They're taking. Ooh, there's no vision.
Oh, that's gonna be spicy.
There's no vision.
Zephyr is looking for it. They do have
a ping came out. A ping came out.
Oh no, but we have to gonna land there. It go in on it, but doesn't have the follow-up, unfortunately, there. They do get a little bit of return damage back onto Zephyr.
I feel like if they had capitalized on Zephyr there, could he have lived? Even with a flash, if they just decided a 5-man collapse, he was way forward by following up on that hook.
Yeah, exactly. I think they easily could have turned it around there if they all decided to, but they realized that there's the rest of his team following him right up and decided not to do anything with that.
So it looks like the spice is flown already. We're just gonna have some normal traditional League of Legends here as we just go through here. You know, playing
normal League of Legends. What is that?
I don't know. You know, in the olden times, there used to be structure to our games. We would farm like gentlemen till 15 minutes. There would be no kills in the game.
Everybody just has a good time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I do like to see here Vexus in the mid lane for Excalibur. They're just really harassing the Veigar on Mowgli right out of the gate. But it's really hard for Cinder to harass early game with the Q because the mana cost is very prohibitive. So I'm interested to see if they go for that and keep like going for the kill pressure. If they're just like, nah, I'm just trying to scare you back.
Well, that and Vexus went electricity too, so really looking for those big damage boosts in those bursts as well. But he is providing that pressure in the mid lane. Now we do see Shady Gecko looking to go towards his blue side. We'll have to see where Delicious Pancake wants to go though, because he's starting to clear that red side. He's gonna have level 3 as well.
Not gonna lie, I kind of love these names. You're just like, we're seeing Delicious Pancake. We're like, following Shady Gecko. Oh, big trade in the top lane now.
Yeah, they're going in big time up there. They're both about half health though.
Do you ever notice top laners just have a mentality where it's like, even if it's not advantageous to trade, they're like, I'm trading. Yeah, I'm in. I'm doing it.
Who's the bigger bruiser, right?
Send it. So you'll see top laners both at like a third health at level 2. They have no intention to kill each other, but they just have to punch each other a little bit as the waves crash. So just taking a look across the map here, no real advantages have been built yet. A couple CS lead in the mid lane that Veigar just deleted. Jungles basically matching each other. Really, it does have a 5 CS lead in the top lane, but you kind of expect that with the corrupting potion right out the gate.
Yeah, exactly. As in the mid lane, there is a big engage here. Shady Gecko, but the counter gate coming in from Delicious isn't able to get anything there, but they do dissuade any further follow-up.
Yeah, really good shadowing position there out of Delicious Pancake, because I'm honestly not sure Vexus could have gotten away in that situation. We see just Kenny just looking for these sleeps in the bottom lane. You know, we're just seeing Jin and Thresh be like, nah, it's not bedtime yet. We're going to stay awake a little bit.
Shady's looking to try and get a gank down here. I don't believe they have vision, but they are playing pretty safe and are able to get out if they need to. So you have 3 members here on the bot side looking to try to get something. Just a little bit blocked off. The Drowsy's going to come down. Is he going to be able to the damage coming through. It's not enough. The flag and drag coming in a little bit too late. Shady Gecko gets out with the skin of his teeth.
86 health left on the Shady Gecko there, as we are going to see Vexus destroy Mowgli the cat in the mid lane, and there's fights breaking out all across the map. Woo! Surprised we actually haven't seen a first blood already out of this one.
Yeah, it's definitely one with action packed all around it here so far, but we haven't seen these junglers really be able to get anything going for their team so far, although we see a ton of pressure and a ton of fights being had in the lanes themselves.
Speaking of that, if you look in the top lane there, Washed Up Riven, you know, going for those bruisery type trades on that Aurelia, but then realizing, hey, my corrupting potion just ticked out and I have no mana. And we're just going to see Bluestix there just take advantage of that and beat the crap out of Washed Up Riven here. Oh, nice stun under the tower.
Beautifully timed there by Washed Up Riven. Took a lot of Bluestix's health. Was able to get a really nice trade, but like you said, low on mana, low on health. But Bluestix has the flash. Oh my goodness! What a first blood there coming out from Washed Up Riven.
With the solo kill there, getting Camille mid-hook shot. Don't see that one too often. Camille going with the salty build there. Dying first blood and then buying 3 long swords immediate. They're like, Tiamat? Nah, I don't need that Regier beat. I'm going straight for the 3 long swords.
So if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that hook shot was going to miss anyways.
Oh yeah, it was, but they were still getting the speed boost out of the hook shot.
Yeah, exactly, right? And we do see the dissuasion here coming out from Kenny, being able to get the sleep onto Delicious Pancake.
Yeah, so far the Zoe support hasn't been looking too bad, but you know, the question becomes then, when Zoe doesn't have items and isn't one-shotting people, does that transition into a mid or late game that you're proud of, or is it just a sleep bot, in which case there's like 50 different hook champions that you can play as a support? So that's yet to be seen.
Yeah, definitely is here. We do see the TP being used by Mosley in the mid lane there. So that is going to be the TP's down here for the side of Mosley.
So we're going to see the Ocean Drake. First Drake is going to be taken by Excalibur here. Gold is just dead even with that first blood as Kenny throws that sleep right into Zephyric's face, but you can see there the support Zoe with no item. Not hitting as hard as you'd expect.
Yeah, definitely not. And we see just still the aggressive trades in these top lanes. They have hit level 6 now, so we could see some more action coming pretty soon. But I have to say, Mowgli's been playing okay in this mid lane. Being able to play a little bit more defensively. Is a little bit down on CS, but hasn't given over any kills to this Syndra.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a Syndra is one of those mid laners that doesn't scale quite as hard as, say, like an Orianna or something, but if you do let her run away with the game, then you suddenly have somebody, like, flash R-ing you for 90% of your health. And also to sort of transition here, worth mentioning is that Kenny is maxing Sleepy Trouble Bubble on Zoe here. Probably why the Q didn't hit as hard as I had expected there.
Yeah. We do see Shady up here trying to get a lane gank, but cannot get Blustix to overextend. Oh, coming out. The ball is Duet's going to go through. The Flag and Drag misses. The Vanguard's Edge as well misses. And that's a lot of cooldowns being used. The cage comes down. Isn't able to get the stun. Delicious Pancake is looking on to Mosley. Shady has to blast over, but he takes a tower shot. Cataclysm is coming out as well, but he's going to go down. Turnaround from Mosley. Looking to pick up these kills, but Unleashed Power comes out from Vexus, able to clean up that kill. And we have some more fighting going on up here. Washed Up Riven decides to go in. The Flawless Duet is going to get the stun, but he's going to get out, or at least attempt to here.
Gotta feel
beautiful. Destin is landing there as well, and they're gonna be able to pick up my man. He's super low. He has to blast for it, but the burn is too much. Zephyr picking up a kill in the bot lane. Washed Up Riven is in a 1v2. The beautiful double Flawless Duet, but he goes down. And we just have fighting all over the map when we had no kills for the first 5 minutes.
Everything's coming up Excalibur out of that fight there, and it really all sort of starts out with Washed Up Riven missing on that Vanguard's Edge to start the fight.
Ooh, Flag and Drag coming through, but is not going to connect there.
Like, there's so much stuff happening. I feel like the actual, like, Korean language casters. I'm not sure if you've ever watched, like, the LC, where they're like, Naisu! Naisu!
That's all you need, right?
I feel like I'm sort of stuck in that loop right now because there is so much action in this game as Kenny does land the bubble!
Oh, so close there.
But I feel like in the bot lane there, when you mentioned that great death sentence, which was a great call out, there's not really a whole lot that Zoe's doing to sort of back up or peel or anything there. We had mentioned during the draft, like, the Morgana was open. Like, if the Morg's open, you can use the micro stun to sort of dissuade them from doing that or bind. But I don't know. Maybe there's some great cosmic plan we haven't seen yet.
Hey, late game Zoe damage maybe. Trying to contest with Vexus there on the press R button champ. You gotta unleash power, that's all you need. But
God,
also, I just love that both these mid laners are like, you know what? We're gonna go with these heavy ultimate base champions. Have the primordial burst from the Vanguard and the unleashed power here from the Syndra, as we do see more trading up top lane. But just a funny semblance there with these late game style AP mids.
I mean, I gotta give
Bubble.
Kenny some credit. He's
Oh, the box comes down. Shady Gecko's getting taken down though, trying to take down Master as well. But Shady Gecko uses the Cataclysm to take him down. Blustic uses his TP to follow them up though. Is going to be able to take them down. And a very weird series of events ends up in a 1-for-1.
Yeah, I gotta give credit so far to Delicious.
Oh, hook shot comes through. Is going to get in between on the event horizon. The Unleashed Power is going to come out, but not enough. Press hard, just didn't do it that time.
I have to give some credit to Delicious Pancake so far. He's been hovering these lanes really, really well, as we're actually going to see him help push for some place mid. It feels like everywhere he needs to be, he is. His pathing has actually been very, very good so far this game. I just want to give him some credit for that. We should be seeing him grab his form very soon here.
Yeah, it's definitely got to be getting close to that here, as we do see a little bit of peace being put here. We do have Shady Gecko going to his jungle to farm up, as well as Delicious, so we won't see any ganks here coming pretty soon, but we could still see some more action from these lanes as Zephyric tries to land that Dissonance, but just is a little bit off.
Worth noting here is in the mid lane, we're starting to see, 3 out of 5 kill participation coming in from the Syndra and 98 to 83 on the CS, so we're starting to see a 15 CS lead open. Veigar does have the Super Soaker, but, against the Syndra, that's more of like the team fight thing or anti-gank. So we're going to start seeing the Syndra
Fighting Drag coming through on the Blustics. He's going to be in some trouble. The beautiful hook shot, though, is going to get him out.
Back to what I was saying, we're going to start seeing the Super Soaker be more used in his team fights, but I think in the 1v1 at this point, Syndra pulls even further ahead. And I think they know that, and I think that's why Veigar's starting to roam there and look for that pick in the top lane, as we're going to see another Ocean. Ooh, double Ocean is meaningful.
It is.
It's definitely meaningful. Camille has
Especially
some early game mana problems. Yeah, I was going to say, Syndra has some early game mana problems. Camille has some early game mana problems. Even Jhin, honestly, that just lets him spam, Captive Audience and Dancing Death all over the place. Wherever he wants to throw the grenades, he's good to go.
I love Kenny trying these weird angles with the Sleepy Trouble.
Oh yeah, he's all over the place too. And honestly, he's landing a lot of them, but a lot of the distance is so far that there's no ability to...
Exactly, that's the issue. Like, the combination is there, the traps with the Sleepy Trouble bubble, but it's just too far away for the Caitlyn to get the traps down. As we see some more focus on this top lane, we have 3 members over here. Oh, the Destiny is landing on the bot lane. The box coming out. Kenny's going to be in some trouble. He goes down to Cage, but Cage is going to get super low. I Poop My Pants is trying to put the damage down. Destiny is going to miss there as well. The headshots just raining true. Ooh, Root coming down though. That's super close. Destiny got to be coming up here pretty soon, as Shady Gecko's looking for the Cataclysm there. He does land it. Vanguard's Edge is going to land as well. Beautiful flawless duet as well. And Washed Up Ribbon is going to take that kill and push the mid lane.
Good clean kill picked up there, but worth noting is the 2 huge ults were both committed, and so far they haven't even gotten a plate. So you ask yourself the question, in this situation, are those 2 huge ults that basically disable your team for the next 2 minutes worth 300 gold?
Exactly.
Well,
now we
50, excuse me, with the assist there.
We do see that Delicious Pancake has finished his Rast form, providing him that sustainability and the CC that he can use with his team. So that's going to be a huge power spike for him there.
Definitely Wiz, and it's interesting to note that like Kane's assassin form keeps getting buffed to the point where the name or the numbers are.
Oh, and it lands perfectly as well. And I Poop My Pants is going to go down. It's just a matter of when. And tries to buy some time, tries to get them. But there's 4 members here for Excalibur on the bot side.
Veigar did teleport into the bottom there too, and you can say I Poop My Pants really crapped the bed on that. Not even being on his own team side of the tower there, as Veigar is desperately trying to clear the wave here in the bottom.
Our beautiful death sentence is gonna land again. Zephyric is destroying with those. He does get taken down there. The trades are gonna come back through. Delicious Pancake is the only one left over there on the other side, and he's gonna be in some trouble because Shady Gecko's coming in as well. Gotta be able to get the knockup. The sustain is there though. He gets a ton of health back and is able to escape.
Woof. This is a bloody game. We're only at 14 minutes and we're averaging about a kill a minute right now, which is pretty crazy. These teams really just throwing it down into each other, but we are starting to see, the 1,000 gold lead and the double Ocean advantage coming in for Excalibur here. which I mean is definitely not something to overstate, but it's not something to ignore at this point in the game. As you can see, we're just watching Bluesticks take down the top turret here and regen like basically their whole mana bar as they do it.
Yep, and that is the power of having those double Ocean Drakes, as we do see Shady taking out his blue buff here and wondering where they're going to try to put some focus here, because they are, like you said, at a little bit of a gold deficit. By far no means out of this game, but they've got to figure out where they're going to strike next.
Definitely, and worth noting here, if you take a look at the map, you're going to actually see one thing that Moz is doing really well. Look at the map in terms of vision. They've got it lit up pretty well, and at least on the bot side of the map, as compared to Excalibur here, where they're just kind of casually just like trinket warding, not throwing down as many controls. Looks like Zephyric is starting to, sweep it out and look around a little bit here. Towers are 1-1 right now, so we're dead even on that. This is a pretty even game, but I feel like the next fight might break one of these open.
Yeah, especially with all of these ultimates being available to use is going to mean a very, very big fight, as the Dissonance is going to land there, and that's again, I poop my pants, getting caught out by Zephyric, and the beautiful double play is there as well. The Lancer's finally going to come through, and Cage is there to put down the damage, but they do get a return kill. Kenny able to pick that up, but in the mid lane, we also see that Mowgli's going to go down as well to Delicious Pancake. Kenny got out though.
That CC chain in the mid lane was absolutely beautiful. The patience out of Delicious Pancake there to hold onto his ability before Pop. Really good call, and I think actually secured that kill there. I feel like I'm joining the Delicious Pancake fan club.
You've already subscribed with, they wanted to get that tower.
I'm giving him my sub, but it's Twitch Prime. It's not like an actual.
It's Twitch Prime.
Yeah,
so
it's just Twitch
no big deal. As we have gotten to this point in the game, we're 17 minutes in. There's about a 2k gold lead here for the side of Excalibur, and they're looking to take even more here on the bot side. With the mid tower being so low, they have this priority. They're able to really control the map here, as they do end up taking down the mid tower with the minions.
So one good note for Moz Gay Bar here, if you look, Aurelia has about a 50 CS lead, and they have a bounty on them. They're, finished the Triforce, already have the Tiamat working towards that Hydra there. Like, they're getting big. Working towards the Sterix Gauge. They're getting pretty big, and, Aurelia can just rip through a whole team.
Oh, the Under Tower coming out, but the beautiful flash return there is not going to go through. They do get out, though. The tower goes down, but they don't lose any lives. That's a positive.
Has Zephyric missed the hook yet? Like, I'm not being facetious. It's a legitimate question.
It's definitely up there in the 90s, I feel like.
It's like, I personally, when the camera's been on him, I have not seen him miss.
I think there was the one at the early game that he missed by a little bit to the left that I remember over the wall, but I believe that, from my memory, that's about it. But like I said, I think he's up there in like the 90 percentile in landing those hooks, which in this game, especially against the Zoe, is crucial. You can see how many times I poop my pants, thinks he's getting out with the 90 caliber net, and gets dragged back in by the Death Sentence. It is absolutely beautiful.
And one thing that I feel like is interesting here too, if you look at Mowgli, it looks like they're actually building towards a late Rod of 8, as opposed to, with the Glacial, normally you'd be seeing the Super Soaker into the Spooky Ghost. And I really feel like in the position that they're in the game here, that you would want the Spooky Ghost, right?
Right.
Like, you got to be looking for those picks, especially when you have like the J4 on your team and everything, and you're behind. I'm not a fan of the late rush of a Rod of Ages, personally.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see what kind of build he wants to finish out on, or how that's going to kind of work out for him. As, like you said, it's a pretty late Rod of Ages there. It is completed now, so it's going to start stacking up those bonuses there. But we're already 20 minutes into the game almost. We have Baron coming up here within a minute, and you've got to be ready for these team fights, because I do believe that Excalibur are going to try and force these.
Yeah, I mean, and again, not to harp too much on itemization, but when you build a Rod of Ages at this point, you're spending about the same as O'Reilly's. You're getting less AP until it has 6 stacks, and basically less health until it has 4 stacks. And you're not getting the slow effect, which synergizes them with your Glacial as well. So they must be planning on taking this one to 40, as we do see an initiation.
Yeah, the Hextech ultimatum is going to come out. I poop my pants, getting caught out again, unfortunately. Tries to take back the the kill there. Kenny is so low. Oh, but it's gonna come through. The curtain call is trying to land, but he isn't able to. Mosley is able to stop him. Zephyr is gonna get returned on. Cataclysm is gonna come down and take him out. Shady Gecko able to get some kills there and able to escape with his life as well. We do see the TP being used by Blustix on the bot side though.
Yeah, Blustix has to answer that Aurelia down there, and this CS lead is becoming more and more massive. We're up to almost an 80 CS differential here. We're talking about the potential to see some Flame Horizon possibly in this game. I mean, it feels like Aurelia is just all over the map, but it's... Oh!
To see, he wants to go all in here, but there is a lot of damage back with that Trin Force and Tiamat being finished there. But now it could turn into a little bit of a bigger fight here as we have 3 members from Moze looking down towards this bot lane. Actually, all 5 members moving into this this jungle here, except that now Mowgli decides to back.
I mean, the flash is about ready to come back up on Kenny and Poop My Pants, so you can definitely look for an initiation with this Zoe with that flash coming back online in about 15. J4 won't have the flash Cataclysm, but
trying to bait. Oh, he went into the death sentence. The Vanguard's Edge is going to connect there. Is trying to take it down. Is able to get the return kill, but Washed Up Riven actually sealed his fate there.
Well, I mean, we don't even have to give props to Zephyr. That time that was actually on Riven, missing that one. Oh. Gonna say Kenny landing another bubble there. I mean, props to Kenny too. He's been on point with those bubbles, but
oh yeah,
there's just been so many of them that he hasn't been able to follow up on due to the distance.
Wow, I mean, that death sentence though. Holy
oh yeah. Solidly mid game here. We're seeing a 3 Drakes to none, about a 3,000 gold lead in favor of Excalibur. But I mean, as soon as we see Wash Up Riven get back on the map, they do have their big fat bruiser coming back out. I mean, they have the Glacial Vagar that is always a threat. And Caitlyn pooped my pants there with the call that's still not finished. All right. Yep. Oh, he's finishing it. Okay. We're seeing some interesting itemization in this game. I'll just throw it in that.
And now I do have to point out a little bit. We do see that Rod of Ages finished on the Vanguards. It is going to be, as Gran Torino pointed out, about 29 minutes till that's finished. So we are getting to that point, and you're going to have that huge amount of extra stats there. But you've got to be careful on where you want to take these fights until then, right?
Oh, yeah. And I mean, even then...
Oh, here we go. They might have chosen a fight here as the Unleashed Power is not there for them. They aren't able to have that damage there. It's turned around on Delicious Pancake. That sentence is going to land, though, and it goes down. It's turning around. Unleashed Power has finally arrived and able to take him down as well, but it is the return, and now it is 3 against 3 here. Oh, that was almost so close.
Just got out of there. I mean, that might be why he poops his pants right there when you see something that close.
I love that Blustix was looking for it, though.
In the end, that was much ado about a 2-for-2 there, but really might have to hold my sub off for a month here on Delicious Pancake, as he actually pretty much dashed into the Vanguard cage just because he was desperate to steal that Drake there. And you know, that mountain... If you're going to be down 3 Drakes to 1, you want the 1 Drake that the team has. You do want it to be like a Mountain or an Infernal, so you don't feel so bad. So that does feel like a good pickup for them. You know, they're still down about 3k gold here, but everything's got to be coming up Baron here soon, and we're seeing no vision from either team around Baron. In fact, vision, I feel, across the map is a little bit low here because we're just seeing so many kills, 27 kills in 23 minutes.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest things that's leading to these kind of weird, wonky skirmishes is that nobody really has vision around anybody else. So when you're walking into these fights, you see a couple members like, oh, maybe I can go in. And so you see these engages. Just like last time, I feel like Delicious Pancake thought he had the upper hand, but there are 4 members on the other side of the wall there and just turn around and take him out. So you've got to be careful with this vision.
Zoe almost landing the Sleepy Trouble bubble there with the paddle. Just out of range again. We're starting to see Cage here. Don't know if you caught that there. 1,557 4th shot crit on the red buff. I mean, if Cage does get a hold of somebody here with a 4th shot, we're talking, you know, chunking even half of Washed Up Riven's health here, considering armor and everything. So definitely, I think that The Jin is something to be feared right now. He is 5-0. He's coming up on 3 items here soon as well. He's going for the Executioners with the Last Whisper, so he's going for the Regards there to shut down any potential healing and just be a tank murderer.
Yeah, and when you start getting those crits, I mean, it starts just adding up exponentially, especially against these squishier targets. I mean, you have a Vigar, a Caitlyn, and a Zoe that you, with that 4th shot, you're probably, once you get to your build, you're going to get close to one-shotting them. So for that, you've got to make sure you get there, and they're doing a good job of it so far at about a little bit less than a 3K gold lead here.
Yeah, and it's like we're starting to see a lot of red vision come up in the on the side of Moze. Look at that beautiful vision in around the Baron pit in their entire jungle. They have basically every bush and every entrance warded. There will be no shenanigans around this Baron that they do not know is going on. Meanwhile, Excalibur with the gold lead, but their vision is definitely a little bit weaker at this point, and this is the part of the game where it really matters. A lot of people call this the NARAM part of the game that we're getting into, but it's the subtle Baron dance. They're not dancing at the pit, but they're both posturing for the objective.
Yeah, and you know that if something breaks out and one team gets ahead, they're going to turn on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, I think with the balance between these teams, as long as the jungler doesn't go down, but even one pick between the teams, I think you turn and go Baron.
Oh, Cataclysm coming out, but the turnaround, Unleashed Power is used, and Shady Gecko goes down. The Death Sentence does land onto Mowgli, but he doesn't go down. Curtain Call's being used, Blast being over the wall, but the beautiful knockup on I Poop My Pants, Delicious Pancake is able to stop him. Bloodstick picks up the kill, and the return Delicious Pancake gets the ultimate off and survives. He had no health left. He had sub 20 and was able to get his ability off and get that huge amount of healing back. Wow.
That was an amazing use of every one of Kane's abilities in his kit there. We're going to see them easily pick up this Baron here, a 6-kill lead and a 5,000 gold lead now, as they should be able to pick up this Baron. And then if you look towards the bot side of the map, there is a Mountain Drake coming up that they should be able to grab with the power that they'll have from the Baron. You know, Delicious Pancake can probably sneak it himself as his team pushes, and they're actually pinging it right there. I just saw. So they're definitely going to be thinking about just getting that Drake to help them close out this game with that Baron. I mean, the true damage on towers with the empowered Baron minions is so powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still in awe of that Umbral Trespass. I mean, that was insane.
That was something.
I would love to know how much health he actually had, because it was for like a millisecond you saw his health bar completely
Yeah,
down.
I saw nothing. I was just waiting for it to pop up. I thought it was a little bit of lag on his death or something. But then, oh, yeah, they are going for the.
Yeah, they are getting that Mountain Drake. 'Cause when you have this Baron, you're able to kind of exert your presence on the map. I mean, yeah, you want to be able to push these lanes, you want to use this Baron to your fullest extent, but one thing we always see in solo queue, and even into these kind of games, is you want to see these objectives taken. So while you have this pressure, you can take these free Drake.
I mean, and like I mentioned, it stacks so well with the Baron here, and we're seeing, oh, Poop My Pants almost caught out again there. We're starting to see some, 3-4 items come out. Cinder is about ready to finish a 3rd item here. Pancake has this full jungle item. Interesting to note, he hasn't finished his boots. He's still sitting on the slightly magical boots at 28 minutes into the game. He's like, nah,
He just needs the power.
I just need the power. I mean, Kane is very mobile, so there's one champion you're not going to finish him on it. That would be one of them. But I mean, I think sort of the unsung hero in this game here too is definitely Cage so far.
Oh, Washed Up Ribbon wants to go and gets the beautiful 4-man Vanguard as the Cataclysm is going to follow that up. The shutdown going over as well. A double kill. Shady Gecko is now against Delicious Pancake, but Delicious Pancake is doing so much damage and has a ton of health. The follow-up here now, the Bad Flag and Drag is going to land. He pops the blast cone too early, but there's too much damage. Kenny Masterman is going to be able to take it down. Bloodstix is on the backside trying to escape with his life here, but he has 3 members following him up here. The Lantern is going to save his life.
A pretty good Lantern there, but you mentioned the blast cone there. Which,
no, you messed up going into that bubble there. Not as much damage though. The Lantern
damage.
Again.
No damage comes out of a support Zoe. That's the thing. That's a thing. That was only like 340 damage coming out of that paddle star there. But worth noting, I think, is that you mentioned the early hit on the blast cone. he was drowsy, so I think it was just a desperation move. Like,
yeah, that's
when you're drowsy, you're dead either way. Like when you're popping that, you're just like, whatever. If I can't have it, I can't get away, then nobody can have it. Mom said if I can't play with the toys, then you can't either.
There you go. I like it. I like it. Now we just have crested the 30 minute mark. We have about a 4K gold lead here for the side of Excalibur, and 4 dragons to 1 for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I still feel like despite a little bit of a misstep there, I feel like they are in control of this game. I mean, worth noting is that Cage has 2 levels, almost 3 on I Poop My Pants, and that's massive. You're going to see that level 3 curtain call be able to come out from Cage. And with the build that he has, the 4th shot of that curtain call, you're looking at almost 1200 damage considering resistance is after.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's so big for Jhin to be able to hit that level 16. Whereas, I mean, you know, Caitlyn still being 13 is a feels bad at this point in the game. And this is where your ADCs are online. You know, you're thinking about those 3 items. And when you don't have them, it's a definite feels bad.
So one thing I was just looking at is how absolutely ahead Washed Up Riven is of this entire game.
Oh yeah, they're playing.
Just look at the gold difference between him and everybody else, especially on his team where he has almost 6k gold more than the next person. That's just insane. As we do see the Super Soaker being used, they're trying to get them off of this tower a little bit. Drowsy is going to go down onto Delicious Pancake. Battlestar's not going to connect though.
I still have to feel like in that last game too that they might have even been able to grab the ace if they had the spooky ghost and able to get those last 2 picks. It might have been able to keep Blustix from getting away, may have been able to keep Zephyric locked down as well. But we are going to see the Veigar's going for the needlessly large rods here. You got to be thinking that they're going to be finishing the death cap here before too long.
Yeah, and that's going to put him towards that 1000 AP mark or around there. I mean, he has 225 given right now by his passive, but is going to be getting to that point. I mean, we do have the Roa stack now, so that's going to be giving him all those stats. Does have some higher AP, is going to be able to put down that damage for his team, but you've got to be careful on getting picked. And so far, the damage coming out here from Excalibur is able to just take these carries and put them into mush.
Pancake putting a little bit of damage into Shady Gecko there, taking about a third of his health with just a standard ability rotate. And that's worth noting because, I mean, if you look at what Shady Gecko's built, he actually has a Knight's Vow and a Gargoyle Stone Plate.
Ooh.
Might be a little bit behind on the meta there, but I'm not too used to seeing Knight's Vow being built on Jungle Jarvan. That might be something that I've missed out.
I honestly no. I don't. I mean, it depends on the situation, obviously, right? I think they think right now the biggest pull is to save the Caitlyn, try to get that damage, or anybody else for that matter. But they do look here to take out this Ocean Drake and get a third for the side of Excalibur.
It's worth noting too that the way Shady Pancake's posturing up around the Baron, I don't even think they knew. Like looking at the vision, they had no way of knowing they were even doing the Drake. To them, they probably thought that the whole team was just posturing around Baron. So good cover there by Delicious Pancake.
Well, and now
ooh, this is a risky back.
It really is. They're
goodness.
going to leave all the pressure, but it doesn't look like Excalibur are going to take advantage of that just yet. They do just now clear the control wards.
I mean, if Aurelia shows on bot lane, like if she goes for the split push here, that's basically free Baron for Excalibur. You cannot
TPs
show.
are up though for mid.
Yeah, but you still cannot show at this point.
Oh, the Destinus is gonna land there. They wanted to kill. Shady Gecko is gonna go down. The TP is coming in from Washed Up Riven. Can he make the difference here? Vanguard's Edge is gonna land on the 3. Picks up 1 kill there. Cage is getting super low, but Washed Up Riven is able to do so much damage in the backside though. Blusty is doing the same. Finally gets taken down. I think we finally see this power spike coming through for Washed Up Riven, who is slowly but surely taking down Excalibur 1 by 1. Oh my goodness, that is a quadra kill for this Aurelia and an absolute ace.
So do they have the ability to go Baron here? I don't know.
They have an Aurelia who's just unbelievably fed right now. I mean, it's insane and has that sustainability. That's going to be it.
Wow. I mean, what a turnaround there for Washed Up Ribbon, but if they don't close out the game here with this, you got to think about how long it is till Washed Up Ribbon could do a teleport play like that again. So that's not something that's going to... Oh, they're holding it. I like it until their team comes back to life. Yeah, I mean, they have to be looking to close here. The gold is now back in their favor. They're down 4 Drakes, but I mean, we're not really playing a siege comp anyway. This is a brutal, like, brutally slammed game. So, I mean, the 3 oceans are going to have a minimal effect here.
Tame, my man. They have just broken this gold lead and taken the lead for themselves, albeit not by much, but they've been losing this entire game almost. And with that insane play coming out from Washed Up Ribbon, are able to turn around this game completely.
Oh, definitely. And that's why I'm saying they have to look to end here, because without Washed Up Ribbon having that TP and the ability to surprise Excalibur there, that was a big part of it. You got to feel, right? Like the fact that they actually initiated with that teleport,
Yeah.
and the amazing Vanguard's Edge. In a one-on-one, like straight front-to-back team fight here, I don't see Aurelia getting a quadra kill, maybe a double. But I mean, we're looking at another 4 minutes until he can teleport like that again. So they really need to make use of this Baron, and Excalibur, I feel, is trying to. They know that as well, and you can see them like shoving out the lanes and doing their best here, sending Blustic to go to the top lane. They know. So I think that both the teams here are playing on this razor's edge where you gotta feel like the next fight's the game, right? Like
For sure.
either way, whoever takes the next fight has basically taken this game.
Now, I did want to talk a little bit. We have talked about that fight a lot, but I did want to point out that I love that Blustic and Washed Up Ribbon were trying to do the exact same thing, where Blustic was all the way on the backside trying to take out Kenny. I put my pants in Mowgli, but wasn't able to. And then you turn back onto Washed Up Ribbon, he's just carving up your team. In that point, do you think it would have been better for Blustic to try and go back and deal with Washed Up?
I don't think so. I think that it would have just then been the full. Yeah. I'm not really surprised to see the pancake.
That's just going to land on the Mowgli, though they are able to put a bunch of damage down. The Unbroken Trespass is going to be used here. They are onto the back line. Double kill going over to Cage. He's able to follow it up, and now, as you said, they are taking this fight. A triple kill to the Jin. And what a way to turn it around after that first fight. You still have Washed Up Ribbon up. He still is alive, but now you have 4 members trying to collapse. The Vanguard's Edge is going to be used. Can he make the play? There's too much damage coming out from the entire team, and Excalibur are looking to push it in their front door.
Yeah, I mean, you got to feel like that's the game there. I just want to point out that Jin managed to crit I Poop My Pants for 1539 in that. What an absolute monster that late game Jin. And I wanted to say earlier before a fight broke out that I felt like Cage was the unsung hero of this game, finishing off 9-2 and 9. I mean, even on the losing team, you gotta feel like the MVP of that one was Washed Up Ribbon. But I mean, Cage was definitely the unsung hero of that game, just scaling, playing smart, only dying twice in a 38-minute long game. Props to him really for pulling his team back into that game, and so many swings back and forth. Really exciting game one there, as we're going to see 45 kills in 38 minutes. A really bloody, brutal game there to start the series off.
Yeah, it's definitely the way we want to start the series off, with just everybody putting their all into these games. But we did see one team come out on top, and that is Excalibur Eternal with the first win in this best-of-5 series. Now, as you were saying, Cage, with that positioning in that last fight, won his team the game. I mean, the previous fight they lost because of the grouped up nature of it, and Cage got taken down so early in that fight. But they were able to turn it around. They were able to peel for him, and like you said, those crits just raining down supreme.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
But that's just absolutely nuts. What a way to start off the series. But with that, we are going to send it to a small little break while we get ready for game 2. So do not go anywhere, but make sure to go grab a drink so you can stay hydrated for this insane best-of-5 series.
fast, life moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. And you force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the ground and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing. Go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 날로 모든 배워 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You just quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the Dominate Premade Semifinals matchup between Mo's Gay Bar and Excalibur Eternal. We are in Game 2 of this Best of 5 series with Excalibur Eternals taking Game 1 of it. And we are already into these bans here. We have Zillion taken out as the first ban, followed up by the Zac. And then on the red side, we have the Renekton and Xayah. So a lot of the same ones so far that we saw from the first game.
Yeah, definitely taking out the comfort picks here and the meta ADCs, which isn't surprising. Mowgli's Zillion play rate is about 70% of his actual ranked games if you look at his UGG. Oh, they that is absolutely a respect ban there against Excalibur there. That Thresh was disgusting. Zephyric was all over the place. There were so many hooks. Like, I felt like he had like a hook in each hand. He's like, forget the lantern. Like, seriously, how many lanterns did he have compared to hooks in that game?
Right,
Like
although he did have some really clutch lanterns as well.
Yeah, he just went back to base, traded it out. He's like, I'll take the lantern this time.
No big deal. So we did see the Kaisa as that last ban on the blue side for the first phase there. And as you were talking about, the Thresh taken out. Now, first pick Nautilus here for Excalibur. And the return pick could possibly be this Leona. Yep, and it's going to be locked in.
We got to assume that those are both supports, but we do have to remember just with what happened at Worlds, like Nautilus can go. And if you remember back around 9-8, 9-9 in the mid-season, there was actually a couple patches where Nautilus was a mid laner. Like straight out, people were taking him mid and top, no problem. And his win rate was in like 55% in 3 different roles. Excalibur there going with the Kayn again, not really surprising. It was very effective. Gotta feel like with the Lucian lock-in, though, that the Nautilus is going to be support in this situation.
Yeah, more than likely. And adding that Lucian to the mix is going to provide a nice little power point on the bot side there. But it's going to be all about that Kayn again that we see that locked in. And if he's going to go red or blue this time, although red worked out very, very well for him last game. Ooh, spiciness coming through. We see the Draven locked in for Mo's on that bot side.
So I've played quite a few games against Poop My Pants. I think it was 6 games in the split I played against. It was basically if you didn't lock in a ban against the Draven, he was going to pick it every time. So it's not that he's a one trick, but I do feel like that Draven is definitely his signature pick. So I'd like to see him be a lot more comfortable this time than he was on the Caitlyn in the last matchup. The Veigar ban, not really surprising. I mean, Veigar is annoying to play against. He's easy to play. Even when he's behind, he still has a lot of, extra AP and everything. Wouldn't be surprised to see them take out I was going to say Orianna, but Aurelia. All right. Because, I mean, Mowgli, so far in his run through these Dominate, the brackets and everything, he's basically pretty much played Orianna and Veigar. So it'll be interesting to see what Mo's Gay Bar does take for them. Oh, they're taking the Syndra away.
Yeah, taking that Syndra, wanting that side of the matchup.
So we're gonna meme on or pick on Mowgli here. So the question is actually going to be: is Syndra then going to take Glacial too? Because that's been his signature style in the mid lane so far.
Yeah, it's gonna be very, very interesting. As we did see, like you had said, the Aurelia, the Veigar band out there on Excalibur's side, the Jax and the Vladimir were the bands on Mowgli's side, and the Pantheon locked in here for Excalibur.
So good. Like Pantheon is I noticed yesterday Ahri.
And the Ahri, the roamingest champion, I feel like, especially with Spirit Rush, just can do so much around these enemy champions. That's going to be a fun matchup to watch.
Especially in the mid lane, because the Ahri versus Syndra matchup is one of my favorites, because you're basically always on a razor. If Syndra lands, the Scatter of the Week with the Orb, Ahri's dead. If Ahri lands the Charm, Syndra's dead. So there's it's basically you're playing around those lines and those skills dancing so well, and I love the matchups here. I really love Mo's locking in the Fiora there for the split pusher and just really going for I would say a more traditional draft this time. I really like seeing the Leona over the Zoe. I honestly kind of forgot Zoe was even in that last game, especially towards the end of the game. But yeah, I definitely like Mo's draft a lot more this time. I feel like they got some strong comfort picks that they're going to be looking to dominate, especially the early game with their matchup. Excalibur sort of, redrafting the Kayn and everything too, sort of already showing their hand. But I can't wait to see Cage on the Lucian after what he did on that Jhin. See if he can on a character that's more, I would say, mechanically inclined, less kitey, more like position based with the Lucian, what he's going to do in this game.
Now, I do have to say, the Draven puts up a good counterpoint there, though, especially with Leona, is going to be super, super lethal on that bot lane. And probably a main focus here, I would say, at least for Moze, is going to be getting that Draven ahead. You do have a Fiora on the side lane, like you were saying, using that split pushing technique, trying to at least, and the Syndra, especially in the mid lane, being able to provide that power. But the Draven is going to be this key point for them. Now, is Lucian going to be able to handle it in the lane? Are we going to see the Kayn try to go down bot and try to get the Lucian and Nautilus ahead? We'll have to see how that works out. But then you also have to think about these other matchups. I mean, the Ahri into the Syndra. You got most likely the Pantheon into the Fiora, and how those are going to play out.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a spicy draft this time. A little more traditional picks, but I feel like there's so many different ways that this game can go to the point where I wouldn't even be able to be comfortable predicting a team winning this game. You know, you give the momentum after that like amazing sort of like up down up down up down finish that Excalibur had there, so you feel like they have the momentum. But you know, Moses is getting some comfort picks in this one, and it's gonna be a great game. I mean, that's why we're here, right? To have some fun.
Exactly. Here for the best League of Legends possible, and so far we've been seeing some crazy action, at least in this first game. Now, we are looking for the side of Moze to come back into this series and really put a stamp on it. And now having this normalized kind of team composition, as you were saying, with some comfort picks added throughout and against the composition that maybe seems a little bit harder to execute, it's going to be a very topsy-turvy game.
Definitely, yeah. I'm not comfortable, like I said, making a prediction for this one. So we're gonna be just let it settle in a rift here, right? Like let them have it out. Especially excited to watch this mid lane matchup. That's definitely the one to watch for me. I just want to toss out a little spoiler alert here: is that Mowgli is going with the cleanse into the Ahri. So far, Ahri's locked in with the teleport, so I really like what Mowgli's going for there. Gives him a lot of agency because if you get charmed, you can then counter and answer with the Scatter the Weak Orb.
Yeah, exactly. And it provides that easier counter style play there. Being able to do that is going to be the other question, though. Are they going to be able to pull out these mechanics? And the biggest thing is, are you going to be able to follow this Ahri when she tries to roam? Because you know, as an Ahri, at least normally, you'd expect them to have a lot of roaming. And when you roam for a Lucian or Nautilus, if you roam for a Pantheon, you're going to find some kills more than likely.
Absolutely. We're going to let this one settle out on the rift here. We will be back in just a few minutes. Can't wait to get into this game.
Well, we are back here with the Dominate Premade Semifinals matchup here between Mo's Gay Bar and Excalibur Eternal. With the sides staying the same, we see some differences in the team compositions, but still a 5-man stack coming out from Excalibur.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? I mean, you got a hook champion here. I assume... No, Ari did not take the charm right off there. So, just a quick rundown here. It looks like mentioned the cleanse is definitely a good thing for Mowgli to have here. Oh,
We do see some early engage here. Zephyr might have been caught out here. Oh, the spider pick doesn't land either. And now they're running for their lives as the ignite is going to be burned here. This could be first blood going over. It is not going to be enough, it looks like. But the turnaround is trying to be made. But both teams turn around after all of that. Summoners being used all over.
Wow.
And nothing comes of it.
Yeah, I was going to say, you hate to see the ignite used in the bot lane, leaving Delicious Pancake with 34 health. What is with this man? It's like the third time he survived with like no health here. So in terms of sums already being burned, we're seeing Cage's heal is out, Delicious Pancake's flash is out. Kenny has no sum, no ignite and no flash, so definitely be looking for Delicious Pancake to be hammering in on that bot lane there, especially because you don't want the Draven to scale.
Now, Zephyr did use the flash as well, but he has Hex Flash, so he does have that extra little bit there. Although it was a little sad to see the dredge line not connect to the wall. You'd love to see the spider not, but it just didn't work out that time.
Yeah, I mean, and that was just an escape too. That was a defensive one and an offensive one. I mean, if this was solo queue, he might be snagging a question mark ping there, but you know, thankfully for both sides, nobody went down, and here we go.
Oh, here we go again. Zephyr's gonna be caught out, and first blood going to the Draven, and that is the way you want to start this game if you are Mo's. Washed Up Ribbon's gonna be in some trouble. Gets taken out by Blood on the top side. That is out of nowhere. Wow, what a start to this game, Kane.
How does that happen? Just like straight up out of nowhere. Blustic's just being like, sit down, and oh my goodness, with an 11-3 CS lead as well. Now Washed Up Ribbon coming back.
Yeah, trying to get it. He does have the 5-stack though. It's gonna be a ton of damage going back traded onto Washed Up Ribbon. He thought he could take that, but did get a ton of his health taken down as well. And that's just not the way you want to see the top lane start, especially after last game where Washed Up Ribbon was your carry. And just not able to start off the game this time around with that same energy. Now we are still early, but it's an inkling of how these lanes are going to kind of go.
Absolutely. Look at this massive wave cresting in the bot lane. Really opening up an opportunity for a gank here too, or you almost feel bad that the tower still has the protection, because with the wave that they've crested already, that's almost feeling like a plate. And you know, Lucian is missing a few of those CS because there's not really much that this character can do.
Yeah, Flag Drive gonna come through from Shady Gecko. Vexus is gonna go down as well. That is a kill in the mid lane for the jungler of Mo's.
I'm not sure how I feel about the flash coming out of the Ahri there. I think it's one of those like desperate reaction things. Sometimes you're dead. You're just dead. And flashing doesn't make you not dead. Like when your dad tells you that your puppy ran away, but he actually gave it away to a farm, and it's just gone. You can't flash for the puppy, man. It's not gonna
We got real dark, man. We got turned into this dark Lassie style move, man. I don't know about it. But we do see some interesting starts to this game. 2 kills to 1 for the side of Mo's, and starting out a lot different than we did last game, where they have the gold lead this time around.
Yeah, I know.
Although Washed Up Ribbon
Oh
is
goodness,
gonna be in
what a
some
duel.
serious trouble. That's just gonna be another solo kill going over to Blusticks.
You gotta feel like that Washed Up Ribbon is like not comfortable in this matchup, or hasn't played it, or isn't respecting the fact that the execute comes online at 25% on Pantheon's Q. It's just, you have to assume that if you're under half health, you lose to Pantheon, even if he's at like a third health. Just a little bit questionable here, as we are going to see the Fiora now have to run the whole way back to lane 2.
Yeah, and that is a rough one indeed. Isn't that far behind on the CS department, but giving 2 kills over to Pantheon early in the game is not going to make your lane go any better for you. We do see Draven with a kill on this bot side, but nothing else has really happened down there. And they are pressing up into the lane, but just aren't able to get too much. And again, up in the top lane, Washed Up Riven looking to go for those trades, gets a quarter of his health taken out.
I mean, even without the execute, the 5-stack on the Comet Spear from Pantheon with his passive is so mad. Shout out to Riot for making him like so different yet still feel kind of like he used to feel. I don't know if you would agree with me there, but
oh yeah,
I played a lot of Pantheon.
I love Pantheon now. I think he's so much fun.
Yeah, I think he could definitely use some number tweaks, but it's amazing how much he feels like you're still playing Pantheon.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is the Grand Starfall kind of changing a little bit on the way that it lands, so it kind of changes that style, but I still really like it. As we see Blustick able to trade a ton of damage onto Washed Up there on the top side. We see a lane gank trying to come through for Shady Gecko, but they aren't pressed up enough for that to happen, and we see a counter gank being ready to put down by Delicious Pancake as they go in a 2v2, and now it is a 3v2 as the Leona is a little bit off there. They do get the kill over, but the return coming down. Zenith Blade is going to go down on the Pancake, but the follow-up is there. Flag and Drag going through. Ignite is up again. Cage is going to be in some trouble. Flash coming through as well, and that is going to be a kill for Delicious, but not before he picks up the ADC Cage. But we still have more coming down here as another falls on the side of Excalibur, and that is a huge turn of events on the bot side.
Already in the bot lane here is Washed Up Riven. They're like,
that's gonna be another solo on the top lane.
How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Is basically what Pantheon is saying right now. This is like I don't know, like an evisceration going on in the top lane here. You gotta wonder, like, at what point are they just gonna learn and tower hug or beg for some jungle help? I mean, they're not even worth full gold anymore. Oh, Mo's going for the Infernal.
Yeah, you want this Infernal for the side of Mo's, especially with the Draven. You want to be able to take that. Is the smite going to be enough? Oh, the smite early from Delicious Pancake is not able to secure that, and it goes over to Mo's.
Try though, considering his vision situation there. I mean, he had nothing he could really see here. We're gonna see Blustick's maybe back here.
Yeah, it does look like we're gonna get it back on that top side there. Big objective taken for Mo's. Not in the gold lead anymore, but have that power spike, especially. Although I have to say, Pantheon just finished Yumu's at 8 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, if you give him free farm and a bunch of kills, those are things that happen, and I mean that makes it even harder for Fiora to dance around and parry a lot of Pantheon's ability. I mean, Pantheon's like, hey, you can parry anything I can do for 1 second. Well, how about I get complete damage immunity for 2?
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to see that lead continue to grow up there if Washed Up Riven doesn't begin to play safe, because that Yumu's is going to provide that much more lethality for him. It's going to do so much damage as well. Look at that from one Comet Spear use as well. That's almost another solo kill going down. That's 3 abilities he used to take him down that low. Delicious Pancake is up here. Washed Up Riven is going to be taken down, looking for the flash over the wall, but the Umbral Trespass comes out, and he can't escape. Delicious Pancake picking up a kill, and that is 0-4 for Washed Up Riven on the top side.
At this point, you gotta feel like top lane doesn't even exist for Mo's. Like, I would almost call it a lost cause.
Is going to come through. They get the stun down onto I Poop My Pants. The death charge is going to go through as well. Solar Flare is going to return. The Poop My Pants is going to go down. That is a kill over to Cage, but he goes down as well, and that is a huge kill differential there as well on the top side. Washed Up Riven is looking to get taken down again. Has the riposte, but it doesn't matter. And Blustick is on a rampage here. Mowgli the Cat's going to be in some trouble in the mid lane. After that kill onto him in the beginning, Vexus wants revenge. And all that Mowgli can do is watch while his health bar drains. Tries to use the Unleashed Power, but it's not enough damage. And the top tower looks like it might fall here.
So, I mean, is Washed Up Riven, they're not literally running it down, but
Ooh, nice flash from Vexus there over the wall, though.
I'd love to hear their team's comms right now as to, like, what's going on. I mean, and this bodes really poorly for Fiora, a character that's like,
Vexus has the move, man. Vexus has the move.
Oh, okay. He got caught on the raptor. But you're thinking about Fiora, a character that has to scale to be able to split push and melt those towers in fact 2 in
Oh my
3-4
goodness.
seconds. But it's just not gonna happen this game. So they're gonna have to find a way. Maybe they go heal and shield power. And
I'm
use
just
the
gonna
Grand
give you-
Duel.
I'm just gonna give you a quick rundown here. We have about a double gold lead here for Blustics on that top side as well, and it's looking real rough up there. Now we do see the Draven having a nice lead on the bot side there, but is it gonna be able to transition into this kind of winning style team fight for them? Because this Pantheon's getting super scary and can dominate your backline if you let it.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to peel with say like a Leona or whatnot if the Pantheon can just jump over the Leona and start the fight on his own terms. We are seeing him, completed boots, the Yumu, with the greedy start to with the corrupting pot. So I mean, like, he was already basically down 500 gold on his build to start.
You do have a Bloodthirster completed there for the Draven though on the bot side, so that's going to give him a lot more power than this Lucian until he can finish his first item there. As we see, the CS lead is starting to get out in front for Draven there.
Yeah, I mean, Draven is that early game bully. You got to be looking for him to play exactly like this. So this is right where you want your Draven to be. Obviously, he's not fully popping off because he has died twice. But, 5 out of 7 KP is great. Team's down by only 1,000 gold. So, I mean, that's got to be your hope for this game because I mean, if Fiora can even... Oh,
yeah, the engage coming through. Kenny is trying to get him to be stunned. Oh, the turn from I Poop My Pants is going to be able to take down Zephyric, though. And all that's left is Cage trying to farm up in his lane while the suppressive duo pushes his lane in.
Yeah, definitely making me eat my words there. The Draven's not just where you want him to be. He's doing really, really well right now. And
Oh, Zenith Blade's going to connect on the Cage. So I Poop My Pants has so much damage with that Bloodthirster. Just melts Cage down. And that's where you got to pull the question marks coming from that Lucian pick because Draven is just so strong.
I mean, he has the
Charm
range on him
landed
too.
there.
Wow, Vexus has some energy here, but I mean, it's not meant to be disparaging or anything here, but I kind of feel like Zephyr's a different player. On a
Oh,
different
that was
team.
so close. The double knockup. Red Cane is online. He's trying to pick him off, but it's not enough. Actually, he turns it around. The beautiful Umbral Trespass again. The Unleashed Power didn't connect as well. And I Poop My Pants is going to be in some trouble. TP coming in from Pantheon. The real powerhouse is about to join the fight, but Mowgli is going to go down on the top side of the fight. And now Blustix is in here. Cataclysm coming out from Shady, but he is going to go down. Shutdown going over to Blustix, and that's even more gold given over to Pantheon.
Wow, so that 1,000 gold lead there just suddenly doubles, and it's going to be a mountain for Excalibur. I feel like everything I say this game, I'm sort of eating my words, because what I was going to get at is, I was going to ask you if you felt like Zephyric looked like a different player on the Nautilus as compared to the Thresh. Like, the level of comfort and the level of mechanics I felt like was a different world that he had been playing. But then, he just had a really good fight right there and made me eat my words. So,
Well, I mean, you definitely see the differences. I mean, you see a lot of that comfort, the going for these aggressive plays and these aggressive picks that you saw last game. You don't see as much in this game, but the team play is still there, baby.
Oh yeah, and I mean, look at the top there though. Washed Up Riven is like doing their best to scale back into the game, not tilting. I mean, the 14-minute Tiamat, you kind of hate to see it, but I mean, they're only 5 CS down at this point, which does say something. I mean, they're not completely shut out of the game or anything, so they did just throw the tower about halfway down. So I mean, there's a glimmer of hope in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, it is almost actually about a full item ahead though, unfortunately, with this gold lead on this. I mean, he's about 3,000 over Wash Up Riven. Not saying that Fiora doesn't come back in this game, but you've got to know where you're at on the map here.
Honestly, thought Blustix was going to go for the jump there. I heard the little cry from the Yumu. That's one of those noises. It's just like one of those trigger noises. It's almost like an alarm going off in the morning. If you hear that, and especially if you hear it and don't see it, like they're just running out of vision or whatever.
I feel like it's the same for Predator, right?
Yeah,
you
exactly.
know somebody's coming at you.
Like, yeah, you're dead.
Blustix is going to have to give up this tower, though. A tower going down here for Moze. And you did see Mowgli trying to roam down just in case anything more was going to happen, but he loses a lot of health on his mid tower. They're looking to transition up here and get Vexes, but again, he's an Ari. He has Spirit Rush available. Misses the charm though. Cataclysm going to come out. He has a ton of damage though. He is able to get out with the flash. Has to use that summoner spell though.
Look at that, even on the advantageous.
Solar Flare gonna land as well on the Delicious Pancake. I don't think Kenny wanted to take that Zenith Blade though. Death Charge gonna come in from behind onto Mowgli. He's all by himself though. Zephyr able to land the Dredge Line one more time, but it's not enough. He goes golden as they save the jungler's life. And that is 1 for 1 in that fight.
I mean, definitely don't want to initiate onto Delicious Pancake. He's proven, what, 20 times now in 2 games that no matter what you do to him, he's getting out of... It might not be pretty, but he's not dying. I say that, but he has died once in this game. But, I mean, the top side of the map for them right here, if you combine the mid, they're currently 13 and 2. Oh, no.
Shady Gecko's just going to go down there.
Make that 14 and 2 for the top side of their map.
Yeah. He did have Rift Herald, but just hasn't been able to find a good place to use it since he's gotten it so far. And with the amount of pressure that Bloodstick is putting all over the map, and he was just bot lane, was able to go top lane and provide even more up there. And then not having these towers lets them do this, as the Dread Line is going to connect as well onto Zephyr, but is not going to be able to turn it around. He goes down. I Poop My Pants is going to be in some trouble. Doesn't have a lot of mana left. Actually has none. Grand Starfall is going to land as well. Cage able to pick up I Poop My Pants because he has no mana. Just should not have taken that fight. Bloodstick is dominating, but the shutdown gold going over to Mowgli.
And notice who Poop My Pants decided to chase there? Delicious Pancake. What happens?
Yeah.
You die. It's just something that just repeatedly keeps happening. As we are going to see, I mean, Fiora is still trying to scale back in here in the top lane, but notice just no kill participation out of 11, and it's just a definite feels bad. They actually picked up the another 15-minute call in this game like we saw out of the Caitlyn in last game. So I think that they're just desperately trying to hold off and scale, but I mean, at this point we have another Drake coming up soon, which will be, it's a cloud, it's no big deal, but I mean, you can only stall for so long. You can only 4v5 on this map for so long.
Yeah, and we're sitting at about 5k gold lead here for Excalibur. Looking pretty good, although we were in a similar position last game, and that one big team fight came through, but this time around there's no more Aurelia that's sitting there at like 6k more gold than the rest of her team. You've got an unfortunately underfed Riven, or Fiora here, on Washed Up Riven. And it's just not going to be that saving grace for you, so you've got to find somewhere else. But right now, nobody on your team is very far ahead besides maybe this Draven.
I mean, you even think about it, Draven has died 4 times already too, so a lot of those leads, he's, you know, not got a ton of experience and everything. He's only a half a level up on Cage here because, you know, you're dead 4 times. That's a lot of gray screen. You're missing a lot of minions and everything. Huge CS lead there, though. Good kill lead. But you got to wonder, like, with the Pantheon and the Kayn, so much stuff that can get on Draven, is it really that the character you want an advantage on? Now, I mean, and you also have to think too, what kept in the last game, what kept Moze in the game was Washed Up Riven. So like,
yeah,
if that's their trump card to even stay in the game, whew, that's a tough one. You have to find somewhere else to carry through, and I guess the answer is going to have to be Poop My Pants.
Yeah, as we do see the Cloud Drake going down to Excalibur, they're looking to pick off Mowgli. The Dredge Line is going to land perfectly, and that is a dead Mowgli the cat. As they look to continue pushing down this mid lane, are looking for this inhib tower.
Yeah, questionable use of Unleashed Power there. I mean, unless you have, you know, some orbs or a setup down for that, you're going in the 4v1 there, you're not going to really get the kill. I guess they did force Vexus back with it, but sometimes you feel like that might be saved for like a, you know, a Baron fight that's coming up and everything here, since that is a decently about a minute and a half cooldown at this point in the game.
Yeah, and they're just going to farm up this jungle. Now, they weren't able to take that inhib tower because of the pressure being put down by Washed Up Riven. Even though he's so far behind, is still able to put Sideways into the right position for their team. And that's going to be a huge benefit, but you've got to make sure that you're not just repeatedly losing these fights around these objectives and all that, because now Baron's up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, it feels like they have basically full control, and they do have the cloud to get back. They have the mountain to damage it more quickly. And, Lucian does have the... So, I mean, even though he's behind, that's what you want to see out of Cage here if they're going to be DPSing the Baron. I mean, the Bork doing the percent health damage is great, but I mean, the Ahri, the Kayn, the Pantheon, they have so much damage. They can melt that Baron in, I estimate, about 15-20 seconds. So, I mean, you got to be thinking, if you're Moze, how do we get them away from it right here? And the answer is vision, and it's not... They have a nice tri-ward setup of vision wards in the wow, I can't even say pink ward at this point in my life, I'm sorry. They have a nice line of vision going up towards the Baron too, so that Moze can't even get in there. They're just not letting them have anything right now. They're choking the map out.
Delicious Pancake and Zephyr are just looking for these picks around their enemy jungle. They are spotted out by these wards though.
Yeah, but I mean, you have that 5v4 on the top side of the map, and Washed Up Riven is pushing the bot, but it's like with them showing here at this point, do you take this tower and just go Baron?
You have 2 TPs up for the side of Excalibur as well, so you can let them sit down there. You know that Washed Up Riven doesn't have the damage to quickly take those towers because he's so far behind, so you can buy a little bit more time for you and try to take on this 5v4 in the top side if you want to, but he's getting close to the tower now.
I mean, Washed Up Riven only has one.
Grand Starfall's gonna come down. That's gonna be a death more than likely here for Riven. Although the turnaround's coming on, and they're trying to get the damage down. Riposta's gonna go through. Is he about to make the outplay of a century? He does! Washed Up Riven able to take down the extremely fed Pantheon and continue split pushing there in the side lane.
Oh, and disaster has now struck for Excalibur there. You have to give credit to Washed Up Riven there. Did you notice the fancy footwork proccing all the vitals?
Yep.
And they knew exactly how Fiora works. The comfort level was amazing. Just every single vital over and over, they were just proccing them all. And that really stacks up. I mean, you're taking true damage at that point.
Yeah, and I don't think Blustix really knew what was going to happen to his health bar there, because he kept going for these trades, but just slowly and slowly was getting whittled down. And gets turned around. I mean, he was 6-1 before that, has 2.5 items as well, but wasn't able to turn it around on a 1.5 item Fiora. And that's a little bit telling here, as the knockup's going to connect onto Mowgli.
You are going to see the pickup of the better parts of a Triforce there for Washed Up Riven, especially the Sheen being a huge one for the Fiora there with the Q synergy. But it looks like both teams are going to kind of reset here, feel each other out. We're still seeing a pretty huge gold lead in the favor of Excalibur, one that you can't ignore. There's going to be a Drake popping up in a little bit here, and for whatever reason, it's not telling me what type of Drake it is. So we're getting mystery Drake roulette.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting here.
It's gonna be
so that's what I was just about to say. Yep, exactly. Now, we do have still a good gold lead here for the side of Excalibur, but with that huge 1v1 on the bot side, that makes you think a little bit when you're sitting here as the side of Excalibur, because you've got to make sure you can deal with that Fiora in the side lane. If you're fed, oh no, and here we are, next out by Zephyr, walking straight into a 3-man bush.
And then what you see on our side is that we just saw he gets killed, gets caught out blatantly, pings the Syndra all 4 times. Like, worth it, man. I totally took Syndra's ult. So I don't even think they can really contest. No, they're going to here.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to give up another Infernal Drake to this side after we've already seen these power spikes starting to come through. We'll have to see if Delicious Pancake is going to be able to make it happen. The double stun's coming through. He decides, he steals the Drake. That is an Infernal stolen for the side of Excalibur, and they want to continue this as Vexus tries to go in, but he's going to get caught by the beautiful stun there from Mowgli. And they get an Infernal, but they lose their mid laner for it. Unfortunate positioning there for Vexus.
What? Are they just going to go for the Baron here? Are they just going to run it over and try? Because after losing that Infernal, like they're pinging the Smite. It looks like they're going to go for the Baron.
Up. We have everybody from the side of Excalibur heading over this way. Shady Gecko's pretty low, gonna get the push here to try and get some help. They're looking to try and stop this, though. Grand Starfall, like I said, is available, but they're going to turn on this Death Break, and he's alone again. Death Chart's going to go through, but it's not enough. Shady Gecko is there as well. They actually pulled him off of the Baron, but Washed Up Riven is not done yet. He says he wants to continue this. He wants to keep going. He flashes forward, is able to pick up the kill, gets a ton of stuns down, or healing down there. The Unleashed Power is going to take down Cage, and they just follow it up, and all of a sudden we have the same deja vu that we had last game, and it is Moes that take these fights and start to turn this game in their favor.
Oh, Vexus? Okay, never mind. So, I guess what I had mentioned earlier is actually sort of coming to fruition at this point, because we're seeing like a 50 CS, 40 CS top lead now for Washed Up Riven. Fluxus has 3 deaths since he's had a kill. He's basically stopped farming, and Washed Up Riven just like reset their mental and decided to keep going for this as they're going for the Baron. Are they gonna live? They're not gonna live. No, they're
so low. The damage coming out there onto I Poop My Pants. Effort's gonna clean him up. They're so low. Shady's gonna get executed there. Vexus looking to continue it, but Mosley has a ton of damage coming out from the Syndra. The Ignite's gonna land onto Kenny. Gonna go down as well. Can Zephyr pick up the carry? And Mosley is looking to Unleash Power is up again, and that cooldown is insane right now, man.
Yeah, it becomes really low once you hit the 11 on the Syndra. It's wild. Like, you felt like they were right back into the game there, and then it's just sort of like the question mark.
Oh my goodness.
Are we gonna see them
start
there now too? Yeah.
There's still death timers on Shady and on Kenny. I Poop My Pants is coming up, but they have the damage to take this out because, like you had mentioned earlier, they have a Lucian. And they're already at half health on the Baron. There's not a single soul in sight from Moes, and that looks like it's going to be a Baron given over to Excalibur here.
I mean, Fiora with the hero comeback here not seeming to matter. I mean, let's point out too really quickly that while they're resetting with the Baron, Fiora now has a 550 gold bounty. They went from 0-5-0 to 4-5-1. They are now a 3-item Fiora to a 2.5-item Pantheon. Wish I was kidding. I truly am not kidding. They just upped that bounty to 600 gold there.
Yeah, it's just crazy the rise of Washed Up Riven in this top lane each game. I mean, kind of the same story as last game here, but not as strong as it was. But can they close it out? Because they weren't able to last time.
So, do you think that if the top lane didn't go the way it did earlier, that would Moes be in a commanding position? Because it seems like, obviously, as they transition, that's still hindering them, but I feel you gotta feel like that would have been a difference maker earlier, as we are gonna sort of posture here in the mid lane. Ooh, Vexus just whiffed that one.
Yeah, trying to land that charm, was not able to. They're going to keep pushing with this Baron, though. We don't see the side lane pushing coming out here from Blustix. Are they going to just try to push it down? He is going to the bot lane now, going to try to get some of this Baron being shared among these lanes. Does have Washed Up Riven down here. Is already going to get so low. He's going to get taken down instantly almost. And that is an insane power spike for this Riven, or for Washed Up Riven there. We have Trinity Force. We do have the Ravenous Hydra and the Spear Sojourn finish there on this Fiora.
At this point, the Fiora feels like it's unstoppable. Like, it feels like you can't throw anything at it to kill it.
80 farm over the next time.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Spear Sojourn, just don't think anybody's going to lament the removal of that item, but it's something that we have right now.
Teammates coming in, though. They're trying to turn this around. They are able to get one down. I Poop My Pants is the first member to fall. Now the damage is gone, but Washed Up Riven is here all alone in the backline, is able to get the kill. Can we see the same kind of play? But now he's getting chased down, trying to make the turnaround here, but there's too much damage, and Cage is able to take him down, but he's able to get a double kill on the return of that. Delicious Pancake has GA, and Shady Gecko just stops and dies.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he realized that his dad did get rid of the puppy at this point, so.
Oh, that is a quadra kill for Delicious Pancake, though, and an ace for Excalibur.
You gotta feel like that's the game right there, and it's, wow, I mean, Washed Up Riven, again, probably the MVP of this game in a really weird way.
just the play, like it just makes me, if you can pull those plays off in the late game, why can't you do it in the early games here? As I poop my pants is gonna fall again, and slowly but surely it is gonna be Excalibur who take game number 2 and bring us to match point in this best of 5 series of Dominate Premade.
I mean, we've seen reverse sweeps in Risen plenty of times before, but you have to feel the mental has to be. You have to see the mental be at least a little bit low right now for Moze after trying so hard to get back into that game and then just slipping out. As you can see, I have some post game lobby view right now. I see that Shady Gecko sold all of his stuff and bought a bunch of tiers.
Yes, he definitely did. We're not going to talk about that. We did have a great game here with this second game, and really everybody trying to put everything they can into this. We saw a huge lead develop here for Blessstix on the top side, but in the end, it was actually Washed Up Ribbon who had the better version of that matchup. It just wasn't enough. They were too far behind as a team, and we're not able to pull that out. As we do see Excalibur Eternal able to take this second game. But with that being said, we are going to send it to a small little break while we get you ready for game 3. So do not go anywhere, and we will be right back.
Moving too fast, life moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, body do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You can force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah, shutting it down. Been in the ground and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you
just quit sleeping on minds. You got your back on reclined when I damage your delicate spine. Please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now, our eyes are wide open. We're running this world, we're keeping it turning. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants, we're giants. You thought that we were weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants, we're giants. Oh, sleeping giants, sleeping giants.
Welcome back, everyone. We are back with the Dominate Premade Semifinals. We have Game 3 of Mo Gabar versus Excalibur Eternal. Jeez, I'm so sorry for that. But I am your play-by-play. It's Lemons, joined by a new color caster. We have my man here, Rupter. How are we feeling about these last couple games?
Oh, definitely explosive. It was all about that top lane matchup and just swinging back and forth. Washed Up River definitely made a sterling effort to get back in the game, maybe a faltering on the execution, sort of transitioning that into the mid game, but they definitely got the job done. 2-0 in the bank, looking for that third now as the bans are coming out right now. Zillion, obviously known as a bit of a favourite for Mowgli the cat into the mid lane, banned out previously, and yet again, no surprise there, Zac Zaya in response as well, and Renekton, Thresh, and Kane, which has been played previously in the first two games, banned away here, so bit of a change for the jungle here, and Kai'Sa will be the first pick.
Yeah, Kai'Sa first pick there is going to provide that hyper carry strength there in the bot side for Moze. We'll have to see what the return picks are going to be. It looks like the Nautilus pick up here for Excalibur. And coming back to it, I mean, they did okay with that. I definitely think that Zephyr got picked out a little bit more often than you would like, but the Vladimir is going to come through this time around, is not going to be banned away like it was last game and picked up by Excalibur.
Yeah, that is a bit of a sort of like late game insurance policies there, so maybe you can look to play aggressively into the top lane again. Might see that Pantheon wield his ugly head again, had a very explosive start into that top side of the map. Leona potentially hovered here. I think that will actually get locked in as a bit of a response to Nautilus. So clashing heads with those melee supports, going to be all about that play potential into the bottom lane.
Yeah, we do see that Leona picked up here, so it's going to be a very nice combination there with Kai'Sa, able to provide those plasma stacks as well as being able to use the killer instinct on those stuns as well. And the Rise picked up here, the machine gun mage in the mid lane, and that amazing team ultimate you can use there is going to provide a lot for Moze coming out of the mid lane.
Yeah, so much mobility there with the Rise ult and the killer instinct as well for the Kai'Sa being able to come out there. The streamer saying what to potentially the Nunu ban away from there, potentially not thinking that oh, the Warwick pick. Oh my god, I didn't even see that. Yeah, all the way back to that 450 season 1 meta right now. Picking up that Warwick. Obviously with that rework, looking for that sense of blood and just sniffing out what he can around the map. Veigar as well banned away, which I do believe was picked up in game number 1.
Yeah, weird Nunu ban for sure. Not one we've seen a very high priority on until now. Maybe they have something they know more than us. We did see the Jhin and the Caitlyn taken out by Moze with those last two bans. And like you had said, the Nunu and then the Veigar taken out. for Excalibur. Now, where do you go from here? Because you have a Warwick jungle, and that's going to provide a lot of CC there with the suppression, but as well as some damage. And they pick up the Varus to go against this Kai'Sa in the bot lane.
Yeah, definitely squeezing that champion pool with the Xayah banned out. Kai'Sa already picked up the Caitlyn Jhin, definitely going sort of down that order. Varus certainly a good pick, and a lot of gank setup and potential to allow Vladimir to really get into the meat of the fight. And Sejuani, big AoE ultimate now locked in as well. So much engage options from both of these teams right now. Really going to be a monstrous sort of team fight available to both of them. And it's all going to be about that setup vision and who can get that first initiation on a select target.
Ooh, and they're going to give the Aurelia, I believe, back over to Washed Up Riven in the top lane. And that's the champion we saw him pop off so heavily on in the first game, but just wasn't able to pick out the win. And I have to say, the amount of CC coming out from this team for Moze is insane, especially when you think of it adding to the plasma stacks for the Kai'Sa. That's going to be some insane burst damage coming out from their composition. Now, we're going to have to see what the last pick is going to be here for Excalibur. I expect it to be something that's maybe going to be able to press up against this Aurelia. But we do see the Kled locked in here.
Oh, Lemons, they're hitting the go button with the Kled right now.
They
charging
are.
all the way through. Like, Warwick will be going in like a bat out of hell. Again, an engage tool here for the Vladimir, played by Bluxus in the top lane as well. And so this will give Varus a lot of cadence to know that all four champions should be ahead of him, potentially get that flank position from a TP coming out here for the Vladimir. So he just has to be careful with his positioning, but he should have knowledge in the fact that he's got four beefcakes out there in the front line, and it's going to be all up to see if Washed Up Riven can get behind that, execute the Varus, and then reconnect into the fight and see if he can do some cleanup.
Yeah, and that's going to be the biggest pull here for these team compositions, is how they're going to kind of work together and accomplish their goals here, because we have a very, very entertaining series so far in this one. And we are in game 3, match point here for Excalibur, but looking for Moze to pull out this team composition and really make it excel here. Because so far, we've seen some great play from Moze across the first 2 games. They just were not able to get out of the deficit they built themselves. So this time, I'm looking for them to start on the leading foot at least.
Yeah, exactly. And I really love this Kai'Sa pick actually involved with this. I mentioned about trying to like flank and get actually onto the Varus and then kind of fight that fight from the back to front rather than try and go through this meat grinder of the Kled, Nautilus, and Warwick that are just going to be face tanking all of those sort of light rise pop-off abilities. And so Kai'Sa being able to reposition with that Killer Instinct from all of that CC that is coming out from the team means that really Varus is going to have to be very careful where he positions in the fight, as everyone else has that durability, has that Sonya's Hourglass, and so we'll be able to make plays around the map.
Yeah, and that's where the biggest thing is going to come to for both of these teams, honestly, because we want to see Washed Up Riven just dominate on this Aurelia again, because that was just masterful to watch, especially that one big team fight with the Quadra kill. Just a great way to show off your mechanics on this champion. But the biggest thing that we've seen from him is just not being able to play with the team, or not making the decision to play with the team. And it's costing his team these fights. So you want to look at this communication a little bit. You want to be able to have these strategic plays being put down, but as well as always constantly trying to help your team out.
Yeah, exactly. We saw a good example of that in game number 2. He had the resolve and fortitude to fight back from that 0-1. He was always on that split push, try not to get punished too much, and he didn't get punished. He actually managed to win that 1v1 in that bot lane as well. So fantastic play for him, getting up to that CS advantage. But then he needs to transition that back into the team as well, because they were playing for that 4v kind of 5 almost for that extended duration while he was playing that catch up. You really need to try and reinforce the fact that those resources are getting pumped into you, had those levels to be able to make the plays when it counted.
Yeah, exactly. And with that, I mean, it's all about how these picks are going to start off. But then honestly, I want to turn our attention to these junglers again, because it's going to be about the pathing and where they want to put this focus on. I do expect there to be a decent focus on this bot lane. I mean, you want to try to get these ADCs ahead, but you've also got to be mindful of these solo lane matchups because they can go either way.
Oh, yeah, exactly. As I said, it's all going to be about that vision setup. Who gets to the objective first? Who gets down that vision priority? And so many hooks or Sejuani ultimates, kind of like Daybreak as well from the Leona, trying to get that solar flare down, and all of this sort of like engage tools that are coming out. The Rise repositioning with that teleport as well. So much transitional play around the map, but really going to have to be about that vision, and vision denial will be paramount.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be all about the team play as well. But with that, we are going to send it to a small little delay here while we get everything ready for you all. So do not go anywhere as we have this wonderful game 3 of the best of 5 Dominate semifinals.
Moving too fast, life moving in slow mo. I'm a god, but I act if you don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force, you will block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with the Dominate Premade semifinal matchup, Game 3 of a best-of-5 series, Moe's Gay Bar versus Excalibur External. And we have a small little pause. Looks like it's going to be resumed almost instantly. Are we going to see Excalibur go with the 5-man stack again? And we do.
Yeah, that was a cool, super quick lag spike here, Lemons, as we do have a little bit of a 5-man stack kit coming out for Excalibur.
I like that chroma on the Warwick. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's
But
been a while
it-
since I've actually casted a Warwick game, definitely.
Right?
On the priority list, coming down the way here, but Delicious Pancake, thinking for the finals, he'll go for this Warwick. A little bit of a ward there drop, nicely done, and
We did see the 5-man return stack there by the side of Moe's, and it ends up that nobody gets anything. I mean, you get a little bit of deep vision there for the side of Excalibur, but nothing
yeah,
else. Really
definitely a
happens.
risky invade. You do not want to face check
No.
Moe's team right now, because they have so much CC, and just walking into that Leona stun, you will be gonzo.
Exactly. Now, we do see a traditional start here from both junglers being able to start on their respective bot sides. We'll have to see where their pathing wants to go and see where they want to affect the map first, but it's really going to be about these solo lane skirmishes, I feel like.
Yeah, exactly, and just sort of scaling up, trying to hit your power spikes, trying to get all that mana on the rise, get that Vladimir like free farming in the lane as well. So hopefully the Vladimir should be able to CS quite nicely, not too pressured up in the mid lane there as well. Both junglers starting towards that bottom side of the map as well, so they'll slowly rotate up and get their red and blue buff respectively. So maybe contestation for that top spot.
Yeah, and we already see the trades going here on the top side, though. With those Grievous Wounds, they're going to provide a huge benefit there for Ballistics, especially when the healing starts becoming a big factor for Aurelia. But so far, we see some aggression being put down, at least in priority-wise, for this mid lane. Vex is able to put a lot of it onto Mowgli. We do see Shady Gecko nearby. Don't know if he's going to try to gank mid lane first, though, but is going to be able to take his Raptors here, as we do see Delicious Pancake going for his red.
Yeah, this is actually a full clear here for Shady Gecko, so he will be a little bit slower to the uptake of that as well. Gets all of them Hunter's Talisman, nice and efficient.
Ooh,
He
Zenith
will be
Blade.
a little bit slow to there.
Yeah, Zenith Blade did land onto Zephyric, but Kenny's getting super low there because Cage is able to put down a ton of damage back onto him. Zephyr going to be able to heal with the Relic Shield stack. The Zenith Blade going to go in way far away. Dredgeline's going to follow him back up. Kenny's going to be super low. Ignite burning, but on both supports, and both of them get out with almost no health. But we have a skirmish in the jungle here. Delicious Pancake able to take down Shady Gecko, and with the BM emote there as well with the first blood. Gotta love it, as he is feeling himself this game and starting off with the invade strong on blue side.
Okay, so something we didn't mention was the fact that Leona actually got the red buff, which put Shady Gecko very far behind. Definitely meant that they did win that trade in the bottom lane, but the Warwick just cleaning up house, managing to secure that massive lead. Level 4, going to be able to retreat back to that skull top as well that I mentioned previously. And bit of a rainy day there for Shady Gecko, who's trying to get back in and win this game for his team, try and push it to a 4th game in this series.
Yeah, exactly. And a good way to start off here for Excalibur. Able to get their jungle a little bit ahead here, especially with the camps being taken extra over there on that side as well. Now, we do see, unfortunately, Shady Gecko looking onto the enemy blue side here, but not finding anything, as Blustix is going to get Scarl popped. Wash Up Ribbon is looking to take him down, is going to be able to follow that up, and that is a kill over to Moe's on the top side.
Yeah, that was a shining light there for Moe's as well, as a gank in the mid lane.
Yeah, it doesn't come anything out of the
Doesn't
pool
actually
being
need
dropped
to.
immediately.
Yeah, it's actually ganking mid lane, but Mowgli the cat is just absolutely out of mana, has to back for that tier. Gonna be able to teleport back the way, but definitely Vexus in a really nice spot here in the mid lane. 36 CS, got a nice advantage, gonna be able to get a free back. Probably doesn't even have to use his teleport as well.
Gonna be super close. Delicious Pancake doesn't realize Shady Gecko is right around the corner. Now he does. The Zenith Blade is gonna go back in, but the damage coming out from Cage is gonna be a lot, and Kenny's gonna be super low, but Delicious Panda, they both go down at the same time. And now it's left with a 2v2 on the bot side. Spider-Man is gonna get out there. They're trying to turn it around. TP is coming down from Vladimir, able to get some damage down. The Hex Flash is gonna miss over the wall for Zephyric, and that is unfortunate.
Okay, we mentioned the Vladimir can potentially get a free back to the mid lane. Ends up teleporting down, traded it for the flash of the ADC. I put my pants. We'll see if that delivers into the late game. Do have that Hex Flash available on Zephyric as well, so potentially maybe to look for a play later on in the top lane.
Vanguard's Edge coming out onto Blustix, but he gets out after Skarl is popped, and that is a big ultimate used there for Washed Up Riven, trying to take the advantage of the level advantage there on the top side. Has a huge minion wave pushing. Is he going to look to under tower? Misses the stun there, unfortunately.
Yeah, he actually had the flash available. I think if he had hit that stun, he probably would have tried to all in under the tower and flash out of the aggro range. Misses the stun, doesn't try to take the trade, but gets a nice little window for himself to get it back. And with that Tiamat, nice little bit of CS as well.
Yeah, decent amount there for him. Now we do see level 6s being taken across the board almost here, right on the edge. But now it's Vex is going to be in some trouble with the roam coming up from bot side. Zenith Blade was so close, but the pull is going to save his life as 3 members from Moze were missed.
Yeah, nice to flash early there. Vex is definitely playing with a lot of respect. Does potentially open up that early Mountain Drake available to them as well. See if they rotate back to that. Vladimir having to play very safe now, having burned that flash.
Yeah, as we see Washed Up Riven still providing this full health Aurelia up here on the top side. Realm Warp's going to come down. That's 2 members coming down onto them. They are going to take him down. I poop my pants, picking up a kill on the bot side. That is where you want the gold to go, as Zephyric is going to get out.
Yeah, so electing not to take the Drake or actually get the kill and then take the Drake. So providing a lot of cadence for the team, making that play towards that mid lane, rotating that around the map, getting that I poop my pants ahead for that second kill of the game. Already stacking up those pickaxes, so in a very nice spot there as well. Should provide a lot of safety for him, as he does want to Killer Instinct aggressively into the later stages of the fight to be ahead with those levels. And Cage just having a few slight problems there, is trying to build up that later King.
Yeah, it does have the damage there, just was a little bit out-positioned in that fight. Now you do see Delicious Pancake down towards the spot side, and I think he's going to be the biggest difference maker in these lanes so far, because he does have a little bit of extra gold under his belt. He is spotted out, though, by Mo's wards in the river there on the bot side, so he's got to be careful. They know where he's pathing to. He is going to go back and be able to take out that control ward, though.
Yeah, comparative vision is excellent here for Mo's currently setting up for that Drake and just expediting that vision in the bot side. Warwick going to be able to clear a little bit of that out. But Washed Up Riven, who has got a kill previously, is nicely set up into this top lane and continually pushing forward.
Yeah, Blustix gets Skarl popped again under tower as well. Gonna try and get as much farm as he can. But we don't see too much developing here. I mean, we have a decent CS lead here for Delicious Pancakes in the jungle. About a 10 CS lead for Washed Up Riven in the top lane, but nothing too overwhelming so far. Although we are still under 9 minutes into the game, we haven't seen too big of leads being given so far.
Yeah, it's about a 600-700 gold lead in the jungle currently, and that's kind of like where the gold difference is. Obviously, Delicious Pancake farming up the storm right now. Has that level 6 available, so could potentially look to go bottom onto that Kaiser. Honestly, would be the most ideal. You get that instant depth charge as well, being able to knock up and follow up on that CC as well. But Luxie in a little bit of trouble, gonna get the remount.
Yeah, a lot of damage being given over, but the first time I've actually seen Blustix able to trade back confidently, though, and is able to get a little bit of pressure. But the Solar Flare is going to come out. Zenith Blade's going to land. The lane gank from Shady Gecko is going to land. Corrupted Changer are going to stun 3. But the Depth Charge comes out a little bit late, is not able to save his life, and he goes down for a kill for Moze on the bot side.
Yeah, a nice reply here for Moze as well. Just trying to increase the pace of the game there. They'll be able to get a lot of plates down into this bottom part of the map. Third kill going over. Bit of a late tier pickup, but that'll slowly stack up, going for that Man Immunity as well. And we're looking Warwick to make use of this infinite duress. Massive route duration there as well, so can really kind of make plays around the map available. I mentioned maybe going bot lane with that, but it was Shady Gecko who beat him to the punch, managed to really create that pressure, and the plates and the recipient of that is all about I Poop My Pants right now, getting a nice CS lead for himself as well. Now up 1200 gold as well, so he's definitely in a nice place, going to be able to get a fat recall off and finish off some items here.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to give him that nice little power spike for the lane as well. Now, we did see Delicious Pancake spending a lot of time waiting on the bot side, and they ended up just backing anyway, so that's a lot of wasted time there for Warwick. Is going to go try to clear a little bit more of his jungle, but I want to see a little bit more focus towards his top lane. I mean, yeah, Blustix is doing pretty good up here. Only have given 1 kill, is still within CS differential, but you don't want Washed Up Riven to be strong in this game. You've seen what he can do in these other games. You want to make sure you can keep him down. And by not giving these kills, it's where you want to be.
Zephyr in the mid lane.
Yeah, we see the little bit of a roam here from the bot side of Excalibur, but they don't pull anything off, and they have to run back to lane.
Yeah, great choice of the phase rush there for Moby the cat. Adds a lot of mobility to his kit and just able to run away from that.
Oh, that's a way
over the bush.
But I'm betting the Killer Instinct is going to come in. He does get it connected there, and that's where the damage is going to lie. Look at the damage coming out on Zephyr. Although Kitty might go down so low. Gets dropped there. I Poop My Pants super low as well, but they know they have the safety there. They know they can get through with those kills, and they pick up 2 on the bot side.
Yeah, we're 11 minutes in. I don't actually think we've seen a Oracle yet. There's a TP down here for Vladimir.
Oh, trying to get the double kill here. Does have the Hemo Plague on him. Does get the shutdown, but he goes down as well. And that's even more gold given over to I Poop My Pants, who is now 6-1 at 12 minutes into the game.
Yeah, this is massive now, finishing that first tower as well. We have Cloud Drake spawning in 10 seconds, so potentially not willing to split the map right now. They might go bot lane, try and secure that, and then rotate up for a Rift Herald.
Delicious Pancake is here. Is he going to use the Infinite Duress? And gets the taunt, or the fear a little bit. Is able to pick up that kill, and that is Washed Up Riven going down on the top side. Kill given over to Warwick, who is now 3-1, and a 20 CS lead here over the opposing jungler.
Yeah, that's nice. You have Kane a little bit caught out of position right now as he is slowly rotating, I think, up towards the top side. He was looking to go bot to push that way, but they're definitely going to match that lane swap. We're going to actually have Vexus going down, so traded to the support and AD into the mid lane to fight against that Rise. Big stack up here as well, so Rift Herald has now been taken, and it will be put into that top lane to get the Kai'Sa even further ahead. I Poop My Pants definitely set to carry in this game.
Yeah, he's definitely in position for it. You've got to maneuver the rest of this game very well, though, because they do have some power spikes that are going to be coming online. They have those strengths that can pick out your ADCs, so you really got to be careful on those. As we see Vexus now trying to go up against Washed Up Riven. Is he going to have the damage here? I think Washed Up Riven is going to take this, looking to continue that fight there. Decided not to follow it up, as the dragon is going to be taken by Delicious Pancake more than likely, as it does go down.
Yeah, trading that for the Rift Herald drop, nicely sort of resource available to them, but 3k gold down now, so definitely bleeding a little bit. All of that going over to I Poop My Pants yet again. Now finish the Rage Blade on that back, so add a massive power spike available to them. Stacking up in this mid lane as well. Moby the cat finished that Rod of Ages, looking nice. Slowly about 2/3 of the way through that tier as well, so when it does get that Seraphim base, definitely going to have those carries online and available, ready to roll.
And Rookter, I just have to point out right now, I mean, yeah, Cage has an item if he goes back, hasn't decided to start backing yet, but you're at 2 full completed items and boots on the side of I Poop My Pants, while we're sitting on pieces of a Blade of the Ruined King for Cage. And that is a huge disparity right now in this game so far.
Oh yeah, it's all like been attributed, all of those plates have gone towards the AD carry of I Poop My Pants here for Mo's K-Bar. Looking in the ascendancy as well. gonna have probably a Locket finished here as Kenny is building towards that. Aegis of the Legion in there as well, so more shielding and available. That'll be particularly prevalent towards that AoE damage that Vexus can do if he can get off a good flank. Teleport on cooldown right now, so not available to him. Next objective is going to be a little bit limited. Going to be looking for that next Drake in 3.5 minutes. That'll be the Infernal, so we can look for things to heat up there.
Yeah, exactly. And till then, we do see a little bit of stagnation here from both teams, just kind of trying to feel out the map, trying to feel where they want to put a lot of their priorities on. A lot of vision control being contested over right now as well, and wards being put down so that they can know where the pathing is going to take each team. So far, we've had a lot of action in this game, but not as much as our other games, where a lot of it had been chaos at this point in the game. So a lot of difference coming out from these teams in this game 3.
Yeah, exactly. It's tempered. Well, Lemons has been a tempered early game as well, and they're definitely like looking to slowly ramp it up now, looking to cash in on these tiers going forward. Mana unit only at 307 mana though, so definitely a little bit slow progress. But once I open this central lane here, as they are pushing down 3 members, they'll be able to secure that very quickly as Kaiser comes to the attention. A little bit of a play onto the bottom lane, so slowly choking out the map, pushing forward, and they have 2 minutes on this Infernal Drake, so they're just securing vision around this bottom. 60 minutes into the game, so they can only really play towards the spot side, look to maybe get a little bit of chip damage onto these 2 tier 2 towers here in the bottom and mid lane. So we're definitely looking for all of the action to be in this bottom part of the map. In terms of access and availability, it will be very difficult for Excalibur to be able to get in and really sink their teeth into a face check.
Yeah, and my biggest thing right now is the fact that Moze is just trying to keep them from scaling. I mean, you have hyper scalers on the side of Moze, but you can tell by the way they're playing, the aggression that they're putting into these strategic plays, that they're trying to end as quick as they can, because they realize you have Vexus on this Vladimir, who's going to be an unkillable machine later on. You have Varus, who's going to be hitting those power spikes here pretty soon as well. And the likes of the rest of the team are going to be hitting those here in the next few minutes as well. So you want to make sure you're put into a position where you can really stamp your foot down, take these objectives, and continue winning in this game of League of Legends. But you've got to make sure you're doing it right, and make sure that you're shutting down the members that need to be shut down on the enemy team.
Yeah, Warwick definitely doesn't have a lot of AoE damage, so you can potentially see why he went for that Titanic Hydra, just to be able to wave clear quickly, and he has done that very successfully. 107 CS in the jungle, so at a fairly good cadence right now. Just trying to clear out the vision, as there was a little bit of a reset here for Moze. They have been able to gain access to the river, but whether or not they can control that as the TP does come down.
They want to go in. Solar Flare is going to be used. The Corrupting Chains are going to be used on the Shady Gecko, though. They're trying to follow it up onto I Poop My Pants. He's going super low, and they're turning it around, actually. Zephyric's going to be low now. Washed Up Ribbon is in the fight. We have a 5v5 going on right now. Nobody has fallen. Fights falling across the board. Mowgli is going to be able to pick up a kill onto the Nautilus, but they're continuing to fight. Blustix is looking for the kills. Kenny actually goes over onto the other side. The Realm Warp is going to come out. Are they going to stop it? They get out, Rooktor.
That was a beautiful blast cone right there. Completely split the wickets, got them to safety, got them to Mowgli, and that pull out was immense. With the Vladimir, obviously no stun or CC available. Potentially Warwick is going to go for this Invision. Gonna be a response there. Teleport coming out for the Aurelia though, so I think they want to contest.
Page was able to pick up the kill there. Floss Duet is going to go down onto Vexus. He does still have the pull. A lot of damage being put down, but goes Golden, tries to save a little bit more time. Does end up going down. Shady Gecko picking up a kill, but the charge coming through does miss. Blustix is trying to go all in, but now they're in a 3v2. Solar Flare being used, but misses. The Infernal Drake has been taken there by Delicious Pancake, but now you have Washed Up Ribbon in the backline, just able to clear up that Varus. And now the Scarl is going to be able to save Blustix's life, but you still have these carries to deal with. Delicious Pancake is now in the fight as well. The flashback over from Mowgli is going to try to go in. We don't see any damage being put down. Washed Up Ribbon is still in this fight, is doing so much for his team, and that is an ace there for Moze.
Yeah, Excalibur definitely made a split call there. Warwick spent a long time, Delicious Pancake, trying to solo out the dragon. Does manage to do that. Mogi doesn't quite find him. So he secures that objective, but in the meantime, Excalibur looked for the fight. It's actually a little bit of a chase down. Kenny running for his life. He's probably going to die to that.
Yeah.
That Plague as well will go down just at the back end there. Nice little bit of a pickup for him, and he does want to scale in. Got that golden back there with the Zhonya's Hourglass now completed as well, so he can reactivate that when he wants without that stopwatch. So in a nice place for himself as well as we're scaling into the game. But yeah, it was all about that split call. The Delicious Pancake wanting that Infernal, securing that later game for the team, but again, that ace going over. Really nice play there, washed up Riven being able to provide all that damage, going back and forth in the fight. Moby the cat just being able to flash back to his teammates as well. Really nice play, just disrupting the fight.
Yeah, and just kind of a split fight all over the place there. They really wanted to take out I Poop My Pants at the beginning of it, but they committed a little bit too hard, meaning that the rest of the team there for Moze could get behind and be able to turn that around. And just a great way of executing there for Washed Up Riven, who had gotten so low but was able to turn around that fight with the damage and the healing that he had. Now, we don't have a Dragon up, but we do have a Baron up here.
Yeah, I really like this Executioner's calling picked up by I Poop My Pants. There's life still already on the Varus. Obviously, we all know about Vladimir's self-healing and the Warwick as well, very prevalent there. So nice pick up there and available because he does have that CS and kill lead over the Varus. Although the CS lead has been called back there, Cage's definitely doing a nice job of being able to pick that up around the map. But now it's all about that Baron objective, Baron Vision, Pinks and Denial looking there available as well. We do have a Zeke's Convergence now and a nice foul finish on the Leona, but they go in.
Zephyr has to flash Vanguard's edge, is going to connect though onto two members. He goes down super quick, but the return kill onto the shutdown Aurelia. Delicious Pancake's going to go down though. They don't have the follow-up. Actually, Cage is in the back trying to follow them up, but he doesn't have it. The piercing arrow does go through, gets a kill, but there's still 3 members alive and 3 strong members for the side of Moze.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Baron, I think. A little bit low on Shady Gecko, but he is definitely building tank. He does have that armor and the DPS. Oh wait, I Poop My Pants. He wants the fruits first, and then they'll go for it. I Poop My Pants. Maybe jump in the gun there a little bit, but they'll reset. They have the time, and unless a piercing arrow comes out here for Cage, we can expect this to go over. Smite is available as well, so they should be fairly safe here for Moze. And definitely looking like we could be going to a game 4 here, as they're really grouping up. Finding the fights. That was a really nice extended sort of ultimate there from the Solar Flare, trying to get in, combining with that Glacial Prism. So much gap close available to them.
Yeah, and about an 8k gold lead here being developed by Moze, and that's getting to the insurmountable part because they're just so good at being able to position around this map and knowing where to make these plays, where to make these stands. These team fights have been going for them so heavily. But you do see some hints of glimmer there for the side of Excalibur because you have Cage being able to put out some damage now. Vexus is able to do a lot, buy a lot of time. The only thing is I haven't seen the Infinite Duress being used very, very efficiently at least, and not able to pick out these picks that maybe would in other fights.
Yeah, I think you kind of need to like start a fight with Zephyrite and you kind of look for those openings and you can go onto a tank with that. But then the Infinite Duress, there isn't really QSS built up right now, so you do need to look for those on a particularly squishy target. You know, I Poop My Pants definitely has that lead 9-2 looking very, very strong. So provide that CC to be able to allow that Vladimir to lay down that DPS. Scaling up as well, got that Needlessly Blood Rod, so potentially building into a death cap as well, 3rd item if he looks for that. And on the charge, looking from over here in the side lane.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to pick him up. Hemo Plague was used. He flashes forward for it. Mowgli does have a lot of damage, though. He's going to have to watch out for that rise. He is going to have to pop Zanya's super, super low there. Are they going to continue the fight as the rest of Moze are coming down here to try and help him? And unfortunately, Vexus is on the wrong side here. They have the Baron buff, and they're able to continue pushing this with one of the cannon minions here, Baron up. But the rest of Excalibur are looking to try to make a play down here, trying to collapse.
Yeah, actually, Vexus should split the weight.
Yeah, Infinite Duress does go down, is able to pick up Mowgli the Cat. Now the fight is looking in the favor of the side of Excalibur. The beautiful solar play is going to come down. It's not enough. The TP already being used to the top side because he knows that he needs to get there to stop Washed Up Ribbon, but they take the fight on the bot side and are looking to push onto the dragon there.
Yeah, teleport just coming off cooldown right now for Washed Up Ribbon, so can actually respond to that play. Really nice engage there as well. Mentioned about Vexus maybe splitting the wave and just denying that cutting the wave, but that doesn't quite happen. And a really nice engage there, just an Infinite Duress calling that out. That was clean and true onto Mowgli and finding the presence there.
And that's the biggest thing I think with Excalibur. Yeah, they are behind, but they have so much just downright dirty CC on their team that they can lock you up and they can kill you if you get caught out. That time Mowgli just overextending himself a little bit too far. That one extra step means his death and means the winning team fight there for Excalibur.
Yeah, exactly. Delicious Pancake. Showing his colors there as well, sort of slowly scaling up into the game there. Titanic and that Cinderhulk. So a tanky boy. They have that with Zephyrite as well, definitely looking to scale up himself. A little bit behind on the tempo gold there as well. Night's about finished, and we're really looking for I Poop My Pants to work around the CC and work out when is the right time to dive into the backline. Can he trade places with the Vladimir to avoid a lot of the burst potential coming out of this champion as well? I know Vladimir wasn't in that fight in the bot lane, and that's probably why they they did okay in the end, burning out the Mowgli in the start of the fight.
Yeah, exactly. Now we do see a little bit of extension here by the side of Moze into the enemy jungle, trying to get some of this wave cleared in the top side, trying to get some of this vision cleared as well. Really wants to save this control ward though.
Yeah, well, this is the focus for Moze right now. They have 2 minutes available onto the spawn of the Baron, so any wards that are going to be placed can be used for that Baron push if they're looking to burst it down. Have a mountain, and in fact both teams have mountains, and they have 3 dragons going over to Excalibur, so even though they felt a little bit behind in this game, certainly have picked up the dragons to be able to extend this lead, get the plays down. As we said, we traded for that messy fight into the mid lane for Warwick taking on that Infernal as well. So definitely trading for these dragons around the map, but we'll see if they can get to that late game. Death cap almost completed here for Vexus as well, and you know, when he does get that ability, really will be switched on and available to absolutely one-shot I Poop My Pants, who hasn't built any MR, not really showing a lot of respect to this pick right now, but there is so much AD that is very difficult to be able to build appropriately around this team.
So I'm pretty sure we're like 15 seconds off to getting another regular dragon after this one. Unfortunately, we're not going to. So the next dragon is going to be the last regular dragon. It's going to be a cloud dragon, and then we're going to move into the the elder there. Sorry, and see where that kind of leads us. We do have a dragon lead here for the side of Excalibur, but here on the bot lane, Washed Up Ribbon is looking to go in, but he doesn't realize there's 3 other members here trying to turn it around, but it's not enough. Hemoplague is gonna get golden, but he goes down in the mid lane though. They're trying to turn it around. Realmorph is gonna come through as well. That's 4 members in the mid. TP is gonna come down for Vexus. He gets engaged on immediately. Kenny's gonna be dropped super low though. Isn't able to pick him off, but they get a mid tower for 1 kill on the bot side.
Yeah, nice trade aggressively as well. I was about to say Washed Up Ribbon maybe getting caught about 20 seconds too early, as Baron's literally just spawned, but being able to match that into the mid lane just kind of resets the map state there available. But the push is here for Excalibur. That means that they get access to the river, they get access to denying the vision and the pinks available to them. They get to place their own vision away, and that just gives them a little bit of a window and a fighting chance into this Baron pressure, as a Shady Gecko potentially face checking, but just turning around yet again, playing with fire here in the river, trying to get access to his team.
Yeah, I think the hidden power spike here for the side of Moze is definitely Mowgli. You've seen a couple instances where he just chunks people with his combination, but as we get further into the game, as he finishes the 3rd item, it's going to get even bigger. So definitely want to keep a little eye out on him in these team fights. But so far, it's been going, at least in these last fights, going for the side of Excalibur.
Yeah, we don't have that death cap finished, as I mentioned, available to Vexus as well. 3 items finished for Blixus as well, so very nicely set up their Starex gauge as well. So going to get that tenacity that he's going to need in these team fights, because there is so much CC available to them to really shred through the opposition. So it's all going to be about I poop my pants, how he can play the team fights, if he can get relevant damage down, and how Cage can successfully utilize this.
Oh man!
Oh, the aggression here for Delicious Pancake.
Does have to use the Infinite Duress to get out, but they use some crucial ultimates to try and get him as well. Now you have Vexus following it up, and they're looking to keep going. Dredgeline and the Corrupting Chains are going to go through. Depth Charge as well. They're just using everything because they realize this is the fight. This is the turnaround. We see Washed Up Riven coming on the backside. Vexus is all alone. Washed Up Riven gets the kill on the return. It's getting tons of healing. Killer Instinct is going to go through as well, and they are turning this fight here. Charges into it, but it's not enough as he's getting melted now. Zephyrix is going to leave his teammate to die. I poop my pants is on a killing spree.
Yeah, that almost looked good. As you said, they've done a lot of initiation cooldowns onto the Infinite Duress Delicious Pancake there, but that Conqueror did so much work for Washed Up Riven. We talk about the healing reduction and the buy there for I poop my pants, but you feel like it's almost now needed against Washed Up Riven, who had a stellar performance in game number 1, had that quadra kill, almost turned it around for his team, but did it there, and it rewarded them with the Baron. They're really nicely set up here. They get a full reset, don't have the Baron buff on a couple of members as they did rush that down, but they can get back onto the map. You can get side wave control with that Rise and the Aurelia, who now have purchase to be able to push forward with this Baron buff, and a stack in the bottom lane as well to pick up that last T2. They are going to pick up a free Cloud Drake as well. It is pinked, but that doesn't matter too much. They'll clear that out in the process. And just marching forward now with this Baron buff, we'll see if they can execute. They have a nice 9k gold lead available to them as well. If they can get a pick, they could maybe even end the game, and they're looking for this Lucas.
Yeah, Zephyrix is just going to get caught out there, unfortunately. I think at this point it's kind of the same story that we saw last game. Just trying to move a little bit faster, I guess, and they don't expect the engage coming through from Moze. Although the return onto Wash Up, the TP is going to come down from the Rise. Solar Flare is going to miss, though. They're trying to turn this around. Vexus is in the back line. They've got a ton of damage. Wash Up Riven's going to be taken out now. Now, Delicious Pancake's in the fight, but he hasn't been able to do much. He's rooted up, a ton of damage being put down onto him, about half health now, and they're trying to defend this tower here. But Shady Gecko says that he wants to continue it. Goes in, a little bit overextended. They have to turn around now because they're all getting pretty low on health, except for Mowgli.
Yeah, there's a minion reset as well, so they just need to wait for those to get ushered in. They'll probably try and address this again. No TP available for Exo, so when he does come up, he can't really look for a flank right now. So they are just going to march this down again. They're looking for this first tower, and they'll look for the individual.
Yeah, Solar Flare being used again. The cooldown on that is super low at this point. Death Charge is going to get a couple knockouts there. Shady Gecko is going to go down, though. They might have stayed a little bit too long. I don't think they wanted to use. He has charge. He uses it. Kitty's going to get engaged on here. Delicious Pancake is going to follow him up. That's a double kill going over to Cage. They don't go any further, but they continue to push out this mid side.
Yeah, a little bit messy as they did try to look for that inhib. Couldn't quite find it as well. The recall's coming out, which means that this tier 1 tower, the recalls are actually stopped, which, I mean, they are healthy, so they can actually stand and fight here. They can buff up the minions as well, so probably a good call to stay. But nice trade back getting that T1 tower. 33 minutes into the game, so definitely getting extended game right now.
Washed Up Riven wants to try to go in, but he gets stopped in his tracks there. Delicious Pancake, I just feel like hasn't had a lot of impact here so far. Has been kind of just getting melted in fights, but is able to have that Infinite Duress suppression there for his team, and that is going to be the most useful thing here in these next fights. As we do see them resetting onto the map here, we do see Washed Up Riven in the top side, still trying to get that split pushing action going. And it does look like the side of Excalibur want to try to go up towards them. Don't think they're going to be able to commit though, as we do see Washed Up Riven coming down towards his team. Something we haven't seen in previous games.
Yeah, exactly, so they'll collect their force. Moze will have another go at the cake. They'll try and see if they can break the base this time. Definitely looking to do that. Baron available in another 2 minutes. Eternal Dragon available in 2 minutes as well. So a lot to play for on the map. If they just keep this forward vision, maybe look to poke and see if they can get anything found on the map. This last T2 tower looking very slim on health as well, so available to them. But if they don't get caught out, they can look to collapse back onto these dragons and pick up a pick in their favor in a choke point potentially, where Mowgli the cat can really look to accelerate.
Yeah, and they're just slowly pushing down the spot side here, trying to get the base even more cracked open than it already is. But there's no objectives to turn back to, so they're left kind of stalemating right now because they don't have the Baron. They aren't able to really get that big pushing going, and they realize that they just lost an overextended fight there, so they've got to be careful not to do it again.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't even think you need to rush for this inhibitor. You're literally just trying to keep them in base. You're looking to create a drought on the map for this vision, and then just collapse back to it, collapse back to those objectives and end the game. If they do find a priority target as well available to them, they might want to go on it, but they don't have to do anything too.
Oh, Hemo Play being used on one target. The Glacial Prison is going to miss over Vexus, and the full depth charge being used as well. A lot of ultimates down. The Flawless Duet's going to come down as well. And the Solar Play is going to knock 2 people out of the fight. Is able to get that around them, but they have to run for their lives. Flash is being used all over the place because the fight is not in their favor so far. Vex is able to get some more damage. Now Shady Gecko's going to get caught out here. Zenith Blade's going to go back in. Are they just going to one by one go in? Blustix wants to continue, and he almost has Scarl. The Realm War buff is it bait? They get out with 2 members. Mowgli with a sliver of health on his name.
Oh, disaster for Mo's coming out there, Lemons. Absolute disaster. I put my pants going down early on into that fight as well. That means that the Dragon and potentially Baron as well, they can look to go from one to the next, potentially on the map, and all these respawn times are not available to them. No TP on the Kaiser, no TP on Shady Gecko, the jungler as well, so they can really look to just get these objectives on the map and create their own push, create their own pressure to be able to maybe even draw this to a close. We thought it was looking so good for most, but they can't quite find that killer punch to get back into this series once and for all.
Yeah, and we do still have a pretty big gold lead here, about 6K for the side of Moe's, but it's not that almost 10K that we had a few minutes ago. And we are getting to the point where items are all going to be finished. We're going to have those 6 item power spikes being put down onto these carries, onto these tanky members as well. And this is where Vexus thrives as this Vladimir. This is where he comes online, and we're starting to see that in these fights.
They actually have a Banshee's Veil and a Zonia's Hourglass now picked up for I Poop My Pants, so definitely playing defensively, building up that AP as well, so going to be doing a little bit more damage with that passive that he does, that we did mention, stacks up very quickly with all the CC available to him with the team. But the vision getting cleared out, they actually made the decision to reset on the map rather than rushing down the Baron, but they've got presence in the river as well. They do have a mountain dragon, so they can look to burst it. They have the tanks to be able to just tank up the damage as well. They're actually going to recall and just give up pressure in the river as well, so a little bit of a trade there. Nautilus cooked.
Oh, you gotta be careful. Yeah, they're definitely looking for picks here on the side of Moe's, trying to make sure they can't start this Baron here. Are they just going to go in and clear this vision here? Are they going to try to force it? We don't know yet. It does look like it's just a vision game here so far from Moe's, but we see both teams just hovering around this Baron pit.
Yeah, exactly. It is a little bit of a slow process as the game is ground down to 38 minutes into the game. 6K gold lead, but at that point it doesn't really matter. All the items have been completed. Full build there for the Kaiser. Sitting on that Executioners, finally we have that healing reduction available, so the Irelia doesn't go too crazy into the fights. Picked up their own sustain there with the Wits End. That's a nice buy into the Vladimir, and a little bit of AP coming out of Kaij as well. So definitely looking to
they're looking to just burn this down though. They think they have the damage with the Elder Dragon. They don't want to let it go to waste, but now they see that they're coming into collapse.
It just ended. They just wasted their they just wasted the Infernal Dragon or Eternal Dragon.
It looks like Moe's want to try to make a flank play here. They're trying to go around a little bit. No, it looks like Shady Gecko, they just want to kind of turn back to this mid lane. And we're just in this dance right now, Rooster.
Yeah, exactly, Lemons. I mentioned it previously, like, they definitely had the window.
Oh,
where they
here it goes.
both.
Glacial Prison is going to go through to start off. Vanguard's Edge as well. That's a ton of health bars being dropped super low. Cage is going to go down. The resets are coming through for Washed Up Ribbon, who has no health and is respawning right now. But Delicious Pancake is on the backside. He's able to get a ton of damage as well. Vex is now trying to make his way in, but that looks like it is going to be the ace for the side of Mose, and they're looking to end the game here.
Yeah, no Baron needed. They'll just run it down mid, and they can just tank up the tower. We've got a second wave coming in as well. Ori's going to add a little bit of that, but it's actually going to be the surrender there coming out. So we'll be going to game number 4 here. Mose versus Excalibur, semi-final here. Definitely exciting stuff.
Oh yeah, what a game to bring it back for Mose as well after these series of games so far in this. But coming from this matchup, I mean, they were in such a big lead, but then they lost a little bit of that footing towards the end of that game, able to bring it back in that team fight. What a wonderful way for Washed Up Ribbon to kind of show up there at the end. Finally able to carry his team a little bit there. But I pooped my pants coming through with 16, 4, and 8. Ton of damage being put down by that Kaisa as well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, fantastic game, and we will be going to game number 4.
Yeah, so we will be right back. Make sure to not go anywhere as we have game 4 of this best of 5 series coming right at you.
Moving too fast, life moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. And you force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping
might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You just quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprised. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run out of time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now, our eyes are wide open. We're running this world, we're keeping it turning. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants, we're giants. You thought that we were weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants, yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants, we're giants. Oh, sleeping giants, sleeping giants. Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running low. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running low. Keep running low. Running low, keep running. I'm running low, keep running like an outlaw.
Hello and welcome everyone back to the Dominate Premade Semifinals matchup here between Moz Gaybar and Excalibur Eternal. We are in a best of 5 series. The score right now is Excalibur Eternal 2 and Moz Gaybar 1. We are at still match point here for this match, but we do have some bans being taken already. On the blue side, we have Zillion, Zach, and Kaisa taken out. Similar bans to all the other games as well. And then on the red side, we have the Kane, Renekton, and Zaya taken off. With the first pick, Thresh, the response by Moz is going to be the Caitlyn. We'll have to see what the second pick is going to be by then. As we are getting there, ooh, are we going to see it? It's going to be the Caitlyn Morgana, most likely, the power duo that we've seen so many times in that bottom lane there. And they are looking to represent.
Yeah, that's a 2-for-1. It's a super lane dominant duo, and the Morgana is traditionally a pretty good counter to that Thresh. You just throw the Black Shield on whoever he's trying to hook, and he can still follow up if it lands, but he'll be in a very dangerous spot because he doesn't have them held in place at all.
Yeah, exactly. And now we do see the Syndra picked up by Excalibur. That safe press R button champion that we all know and love is going to be back in this game.
Yeah, Syndra is a pretty solid high priority mid laner. She's safe blind pick. She's pretty much good into any matchup, and she always has that assassin power if someone steps too close. And we see Jhin as the answer to the Caitlyn Morgana, which is pretty scary. Jhin completely immobile, and he's not exactly that lane dominant of an ADC. He's decent into Caitlyn, better than a lot of other ADCs, but it's still going to have a rough time down there in the bottom.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting matchup down there, and we'll have to see how that one works out, as we are going to see the Sejuani picked up here again for Moz, who had a lot of success with it in the last game.
Yeah, Sejuani is just a comfort pick for Shady Gecko, and although she's not really that great right now, she is still that press R solid jungle champion as always, and she has pretty good synergy with a lot of washed up Riven's champion pool in the Camille's and the Aurelias and things like that.
Yeah, exactly. And combining it there with these compositions is a little bit interesting. I do expect them to pick at least a melee carry to go with the Sejuani, but we'll have to see how that goes, because Excalibur say we don't want to see that Aurelia anymore coming out of that top lane. They banned it away, as well as Moz taking out the Pantheon on the other side.
Yeah, Moz does have counter picks still left for top, and they banned Jax. To me, that signals they're looking for Aurelia, but they're still flexible because they still want to see what Exalted picks for their top laner, and Moz should also have the mid lane counter pick. So Moz is looking in a pretty good spot in this draft. They already have the double solo lane counter pick, so we'll see what they do with it.
Yeah, the Veigar going to be the last ban there on that blue side, as well as the Jax was on the other. But when we look at these compositions so far, yeah, we're looking for these big ticket picks here coming through for these last two, at least, as we do see more than likely it's going to be a mid lane Orianna here. Because as we've highlighted before in this cast, apparently Mowgli only plays Syndra Orianna.
Yeah, Mowgli does pretty much just stick to those control mages. The Orianna-Syndra matchup's pretty volatile. Orianna can survive it, but if Syndra starts to snowball, it's really hard for Oriana to really function in a team fight and do what she wants.
Ooh. We see
Blind
the
pick.
Evelyn Jace picked up here by Excalibur. Some weird wrenches being thrown into the works here for this game. They've had steady team compositions the entire time, and now they just throw in these two combos. And it's going to be very interesting to see how they work out in that top and jungle position there, as we are waiting for Moses' last pick here, looking to be that Camille in the top lane.
Yep. Camille is okay into Jay. She does get lane bullied, but thanks to Camille's massive gap closing potential with her E, she can match up into range matchups a lot better than a lot of other champions, as well as her amazing synergy and gank setup with Sejuani once that Camille is level 6.
Yeah, and it provides a lot of pressure in that top side as well as the split pushing there. As you do see, we haven't actually seen the Jace too often here as of late. I mean,
Yeah.
getting into the world cycle, yeah, we started seeing a little bit more of it, but in worlds at all, I don't think we saw it very often at all, if even. And so to see it pulled out here, it's got to be either a comfort pick or a knowable matchup that he knows he can get the better of, because that is a little bit of an interesting pick, especially looking at the rest of your team composition, who are a lot of squishy champions.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have any tanks. Thresh is the closest thing to a tank they have, and he's hardly a super beefy frontliner. Once he procs Aftershock, he's a little bit tanky, but he kind of dies pretty quick after that, similar to a Nautilus frontline in the late game. The Eve pick is honestly terrible. I really don't like it here. It's really bad into Sejuani. It's pretty bad into Camille, and it doesn't do anything against Morgana. If your charm gets black shielded and you can't get that CC on them, it's going to be really hard for her to function in a team fight. And Moses pretty obviously drafted a team fight comp here. They want to be dominant in the bottom lane and then kind of transfer that into objectives and then team fight and siege at the 2 or 3 item mark with that Caitlyn.
Yeah, and that's going to be one of the bigger points of this game as well. But I'm interested to see, and I always like to think of it because I'm a jungle main myself, but I always love to see where the mindset's going to be for these junglers, where they really want to put their focus on it. Because a lot of times it gets messed up in game. You have this whole plan from the beginning. You're like, I'm going to clear my side of the jungle, then I'm going to go all the way across here. I'm going to make this amazing play in the top lane. But then something happens and you have to kind of sidetrack yourself. So I'm really interested to see where this Evelyn is going to prioritize, but as well as Sejuani, because I have to say, Sejuani was looking pretty good in last game, especially besides some of those missed glacial prisons, was able to provide that tankiness up front and the CC for their team. So I think that's a very strong pick for Shady Gecko here, but I'm looking for the response. Like you said, I'm not expecting a lot from this Evelyn. It's not the greatest pick right now, especially in the composition like Moze has, but we'll have to wait and see how that works out for them.
Yeah, there is one upside to the Evelyn, which is if you turn nameplates on, you're playing against Washed Up Ribbon, a man known for the overextension in the side lane, and Eve is one of the best, if not the best, at punishing that. If you don't have control wards in all of the proper places, she can sneak up on you and just murder you for even trying to touch her Jace.
So do you think that this is the whole plan all along? They want to get this Jace ahead. They're going to use this Evelyn to force feed him with this overextending Kayle?
Yeah, I think Eve is going to be pretty much strictly playing to the top side. She knows her bot lane's pretty much screwed, and it's really hard to get Caitlyn Morgana anyways. Thresh does have decent setup, but it's hard into that black shield. I think they would only go for it with a 4-man with the Syndra, so I think we're going to see Eve putting a lot of pressure on the Camille and a little bit onto the Oriana, depending on the lane.
Yeah, and it's going to be how that kind of works out, especially with these strategies. I mean, you've seen Moze change their kind of game plan here from game 1, where we saw some very interesting play, to game 2, where it was a little bit more refined, and then game 3, where they were able to pull out the win after all the trials and tribulations that they went through for the first 2 games. So I think momentum is definitely on their side, but you have to remember that Excalibur are a great team. They show that they have the decision making to pull off these crazy late game team fights, and you've always got to be wary of that.
Yeah, based on the draft, Excalibur doesn't seem scared of the reverse sweep. They're picking very confidently with an Eve, a Syndra, a Jace, and even Jhin and Thresh are also pretty aggressive champions. So we'll have to see if that reflects in their gameplay, if they're playing confidently and making the plays they need to be and not trying to react to everything Mo's does to prevent the reverse sweep, but instead just trying to close it out for them.
Yeah, and we are having a little bit of an issue here with connection for one of the players, but we are going to be getting into this here pretty quickly. But kind of going over these compositions, we know what they're going to go. Obviously, maybe a little bit up in the air of where they're going to go in lanes. I don't think so, though. I think we pretty much know where everybody's going to slot into. So, for just a little bit, and humor me here, what do you give the PowerPoints, or what PowerPoints do you give to each team here? Starting off with Excalibur.
Well, Excalibur obviously has that Jace in the top lane, and Jace is pretty much infamous, crushing every melee champion in the lane phase. But if he makes a single mistake, if he doesn't keep his CS lead, if he doesn't prevent himself from dying and keeping pressure on those turret plates, he might get screwed over. But if he can keep a good gold lead, it's going to be a very long while before Camille can contest. In the jungle, it's pretty much a wash, in my opinion. Both of them are going to be trying to farm. Sejuani does have an early advantage with her synergy with the Camille, but that's about it. They're mostly just going to be farming until 6. Mid lane is slightly Syndra favored, but Orianna can pretty much just farm it out if she plays it well. But if that Syndra gets a lead, it can be pretty doomed, especially once they start going for the 4-man plays towards the bottom side. And the bottom lane, as always, is Caitlyn Morgana favored. If Exalted can land the perfect engage with that Thresh, kind of bait out the Black Shield with that hook, follow it up, and then flay the person that's not Black Shielded, and then maybe use that Jhin damage to get a kill. But it's going to be hard if the Caitlyn Morgana can keep them at arm's length.
Yeah, exactly. Now, with that, we are going to send it to a small little break here while we get this game ready to go. So do not go anywhere, as we have the game number 4 of this best of 5 series coming up right at you after the break.
Moving too fast, life moving in slow mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. And you force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the 9 was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. You thought that we were weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. Yo, you just quit sleeping on mine.
And welcome back, everyone, for the Dominate Premade Semifinals matchup between Mo's Gay Bar and Excalibur Eternal here. We have a fourth color caster joining us on the desk for the fourth game here. We have Rando Joe, and we see a 5-man set coming out for Mo's here.
I guess Mose is the one 5-manning this time. We've seen Excel do it every other game. I don't know, yeah, Chase's internet decided to disappear on us in between the games, so I'm gonna fill in here for this fourth game. Camille's gonna go in for the hook shot here. Lands
Oh,
it.
Delicious Pancake gonna be caught
no.
here. It does go down. That is first blood to Mowgli.
Not the start you want to see if you're the side of Excalibur here. Definitely not respecting the bush there. I guess nobody's watched it on watched the entrance there into the side lane, the mid bush there.
Yeah, that's very interesting to get caught out that early as well, because that unfortunately puts you down, especially against this team comp. You don't want to be in that position. And where we had talked about with Chase, how you want to try and get ahead on the Syndra and you can snowball, you're already starting down to a 1-kill deficit on your opponent.
Yeah, with the Evelyn and the Jace there, they're definitely looking to try and snowball this game early. So starting off with a death on the Evelyn is not the best thing, but at least it's not going to be detrimental to her clear, because she did still get to the red buff in time. So at least that's going to be okay. And Mowgli didn't get to buy before returning to lane, so the gold lead doesn't come out right away.
Yeah, and we do see Quicksilver Eyes joining us here in this fourth game. We're gonna have to see how maybe the information coming into this game is gonna help out, but we do see, again, this Evelyn starting out on the bot side, probably looking towards that mid or the top side, but is gonna be a while till she can get up there, as she is super low in the jungle.
Yeah, I don't think Evelyn's clear is the most healthy. She's already on like 100 HP after clearing 2 camps here, but she still has smite. She'll be able to get through most of the rest of her clear. But hopefully it's not going to slow her down too much. They are on the same pace just about, the Evelyn and the Sejuani.
Now, I did want to point out a little bit about these keystones here. We see the double Kleptomancy in that top lane. Not something you typically see on the Camille, but we do see it this time around with Washed Up Ribbon picking that up. We do not see very much difference here around there with the common keystones being picked up by pretty much everyone else. Guardian on the Morgana, though.
I think Guardian Morgana is pretty good here, especially against the Thresh Jhin. They have pretty high burst damage if somebody gets hooked. But we're going to see Shady going for a gank on the top side.
Ooh, missed hook shot there is not going to connect, but Blustix does get the knockback on the Shady. He flashes for it, does get the stun, but the tower shots are going to turn it around.
Oh,
and
Shady.
that is the kill the Blustix.
Oh man, that is not what you want to see. Definitely getting a little over aggressive there, taking 2 or 3 tower shots, giving the Jace, the Klepto Jace, the red buff in the lane, but Washed Up Ribbon's gonna dodge through there.
Oh, is he about to get turned around on though? Blustix is really putting in some work on this Jace right now. Does have Pancake coming up to help him,
Oh, he's
and now
gonna
Washed
give him
Up
the kill.
Ribbon is going to take a death there to Delicious Pancake. And that is how you want to start off this top side of the map, Rando.
Yeah, that first blood going onto the Evelyn now just does not matter whatsoever. With Shady giving up that kill and then Evelyn coming up and being given the kill onto the Camille. So she's just right back into the game as if the level 1 never happened.
Yeah, and does have to use that TP to get to lane. I'm sure we'll see the response here from Blustix to be able to get back and start farming as well. But with that, I mean, we see some pressure in the mid lane here. Both, actually, it's pretty much just Quicksilver Eyes, who has no mana and is not really able to do too much there. But again, we see Shady Gecko starting off this bot side of the map.
Yeah, he didn't take his blue buff at that point yet, so he did have to go down to the bottom side. And we might see Evelyn repeat gank onto the Camille. She is still really pushed up in this lane.
I think I might have called it right. I think they were looking for this duo up here. They want to try to go in, but now they went in on the solo here. Delicious Pancake is going to get super low. The flash forward is going to save him. Now Blustic is left to deal with the scraps and wants to pick up this kill. Washed Up Ribbon is going to be super low, looking for the hook shot. And the fancy feet coming out. The hook shot's going to connect. If he gets out, that's insane. The flash forward coming out. Yep. We did see the flash in the mid lane too.
Oh, nice spell shield there by Kenny. But yeah, Jace missed, I think, 2 Qs in that fight, so he was forced to use his flash there to get the kill. It's a little bit unfortunate since Camille has some really nice all-in onto Jace when they hit 6 soon. but still getting the kill, still getting a bunch more klepto gold, and just starting to scale up and get an advantage there. Even has the wave in a good position. Camille's gonna lose a lot of CS here with the Jace freeze.
Yeah, for sure. And sitting at 0-2 already on the Camille is not looking good, not where you want to be. But this bot side is doing some work down here at least, not giving up anything too crazy so far, and being able to stay in this game fluidly. I mean, we have about 6 minutes about to cross over. Not that big of a gold lead, about a 1K, but at 6 minutes, that's a good amount.
Yeah, definitely pretty good for them for now. And hopefully they'll be able to grow it out as the game goes on. And we'll see now. Everything's getting back a little bit slower. Syndra's gonna bully in the Oriana here while she's
Ooh, Blustic has level 6, but gets taken down super low as well.
I'm definitely not sure that he needs to be using the melee range there. I think just being able to auto attack and poke from range is Jace. While we have the advantage, would be a little nicer here, but
the last caress is picked up now by Delicious Pancake, so he has that burst available for him, as well as that escape, because honestly, you see a little bit of both. You see a lot of the execution coming through from that ability, but as well as being able to get out.
yeah, I don't think they actually spotted her here, but still playing safe. Evelyn just backing off the gank here with a very red buff.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting move into this little ladder state of the game. Yeah, Zephyr is going to be a little bit overextended here, but he has the rest of his team there. That's the 3-on-3 though. Zephyr goes down first here. Cage doesn't have a lot of mana either. Did have the 4th shot, but used it on a minion there. Now Quicksilver Eyes trying to make his way back to the mid lane. Gets a little bit of pressure put onto him by Mowgli.
Oh, Eve is just going to wrap around on this Caitlyn again. She
has
no
gonna
flash. She's just going to go down here for sure. Yeah.
That's definitely going to be killed. Going over. Who are they going to give it to? They give it to Cade, the carry there. And now they're looking on this Ocean Dragon for Mowgli's. But
Shady's low.
It's going to be super close. And you have an Evelyn here. You want to be super careful, but the health is not there. And the red team takes it. He uses the caress out though. Yeah, and the curtain call is beautifully done there. It is an Ocean Drake for 2 kills. And not a third there.
Yeah, that's definitely, honestly, a lot better for the side of Excel there. They're getting a bunch more kills. The Ocean Drake is, I guess, just a small cost to pay there. Shady got really, really low going for the Ocean there, trying to sneak it away from them as the Evelyn went to go kill his AD carry. Definitely a good trade here for Excel to take. They're up 2.2k gold already. It's only 8 minutes into the game. They've got 6 kills to do. Definitely snowballing the way we wanted to see them.
Yeah, and they're looking to continue this lead as well. They're still providing a ton of pressure up towards this top side, but being able to withstand that is going to be the name of the game here for them, as we see Shady Gecko trying to make his way up towards that top lane, but is just going to turn around and go for his Krugs.
Yeah, they had the Tribush warded there, so Shady couldn't really get in from the gank. Jace saw him and just gets to walk away nice and easily. Doesn't lose too much pressure.
It's nice when you have vision element, right?
Absolutely. I love when the bushes are wards and the jungler can't gank me.
It's an amazing feeling there. As we look, this mid lane and this bot lane have been.
No.
Oh, Blustic is going to walk straight into that. Hookshot's going to come out as well. The lead he has developed is going to be that much smaller. The shutdown going over to Washed Up Ribbon.
As we're talking about the bushes being warded, definitely not respecting the fact that he knew it was pinked and that Shady was still on that side of the map. Gives up the shutdown to Camille. That's actually going to be really good for her in this 1v1.
Oh no, Delicious Pancake steals away the fellow right in front of his face, and that's the beauty of an Evelyn there, able to play with your opponent's minds and gets that vision for his team.
Oh, nice.
Glacial Present gonna miss though. Quicksilver Eyes is gonna be able to get out, and that's a lot used by Shady.
Yeah, burns the ultimate there, and Quicksilver Eyes getting the nice sidestep onto the ultimate, so he's not gonna have to burn flash or anything to get down as well. One thing to note, I didn't notice earlier, he did take the teleport on the Syndra, and against the Sejuani and the Morgana, it might be interesting to look out for in the team fights if he does end up getting hit by a Glacial Prison. is not going to be looking good for her to survive the fight there. But we'll
Yeah,
have to see
definitely,
what
man.
that-
For sure. We do see Delicious Pancake heading into the enemy jungle here. They do ping that there's vision towards that top side tri-bush, but he's going to take the long game around most likely. Actually decides not to, but playing around that top side, the Rift Herald is alive and well. We haven't seen any priority really on it during the tower plate phase here so far, but will we see that a difference come out in this game?
I don't know. The side of Mo's had the Elder, no, not the Elder, the Rift Herald, I think in 3 of the last games? Or 2 of the last games? I'm not entirely sure. I know Shady had it at least when he was playing Jarvan once. So
Yeah.
we'll see if they do end up going for it later into the laning phase, but right now just shadowing for his bottom lane, making sure they're safe, and then just going back into the jungle to farm.
Yeah, and we see a pretty steady game state here so far. I mean, a lot different from the games we've seen before, as Washed Up Ribbon is looking to go all in right now on the Blustix.
Big trade.
Yeah, Tiamat being completed there, but Manamune and the Serrated Dirk on the side of Blustix, but still didn't have the damage to kind of trade back against.
Yeah, that's the thing with Camille. When she gets right on top of the Jace, she's gonna win those trades, especially when she can auto attack reset with the Tiamat. And Jace only has the Manamune and the Serrated Dirk. If it was more of a completed item, it might be doing more for the trades, but
no.
not good for him here.
Trouble here. Yeah, he's going to his jungler. They are here, but now the counter gank's trying to come in through Shady, but he's too slow.
Yeah, it's
and
just-
Delicious Pancake are able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, Evelyn just in the right place there, clearing out the pink. I guess it just wasn't seen, or maybe Shady could have been there faster. I'm not sure, but nice gank there by Evelyn to get the kill onto the Camille and give this Jace a little more pressure in the lane since he was starting to get pushed in a bit. He
Yeah,
has to
and
push
you
for some
definitely wanna-
fights now.
Exactly, and you want to push, you want to make sure he can get a little bit of that gold for himself. We do see Shady going back towards this top side, able to clear up a little bit of the minions here for himself. But TP being used again by Washed Up Ribbon, we probably will see the turn by Blustix as well.
And to note, the TP used just top now, and the Infernal spawning in 10 seconds here.
Yep,
Shady's still on the
that's
top
what
side
it
of the map as well, so I think this is just going to be free Infernal here for Excalibur. Just,
And so far, Shady isn't doing the Rift Herald. He's coming trying to contest this Infernal, but he's way far behind the play, and it's just going to go down before he's even close.
yeah, they're not getting here in time at all. They may be able to pick the Evelyn here,
the
but
pick out here. Death Sentence going to land onto Kenny. He's going down. Glacial Prison going to
nice.
return onto Cage as well. They pick up that kill. Zephyric is all alone. The curtain call is going to come through. The rest of the team, Quicksilver Eyes is there as well. Mowgli's getting super low. Unleashed Power is not going to be enough, but the flash
nice.
over the wall, and he gets the kill on that. Now it is a 3v2, but Camille is on her way, and they decide to pull out of that fight.
yeah, a good fight there by Excel. They're able to get the 1-for-1, I believe, trading away Thresh for the Orianna. So definitely favorable for them, especially after picking up the Infernal. And Jace teleported top lane while Camille was walking bottom. Oh,
Actually,
goodbye, Poop. Oh, what a flash!
Nice little side step there. Oh, love it. Beautiful Dark Binding is going to land as well. Ace in the hole is going to finish her off. That is unfortunate, but the shutdown going over to I Poop My Pants.
What a beautiful flash there out of the Evelyn ultimate to keep him alive. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was a little bit crazy there. That was expertly done though by Caitlyn. Just greatly maneuvered and using that flash to get out of there at the right time, delaying the death and being able to back and buy some nice little items there. Is getting super close to finishing that IE.
Oh boy.
Oh, but Kenny, this is just a tale of face checks as
Goodbye,
another
friend.
one goes down.
Everybody likes walking into pink warded bushes, I guess, in this game.
Apparently, we've seen like 3 of them already. So.
Yeah, and we see some trading here from Jace. He was able to actually get 4 plates total on the top side
Oh wow.
because of the teleport down. But he's gonna get ganked here by Sejuani.
Yeah, Blustix is looking like a little bit of trouble here.
Nice.
It's a beautiful sidestep though, coming out with the flash as well from Blustix, is able to dissuade Shady Gecko from going any further there. And they get a huge push on the bot side because the jungler has showed top. Now they are looking to try and possibly, they are pinging the Rift Herald here, but you've got 3 members up here from the side of Excalibur.
Yeah, and it looks like Evelyn wants to go in already. She's looking aggressive here. She's got the charm onto the Camille.
The Glacial Prison gonna go through. He goes down, but the follow-up is not there. They're trying to pick him up, but the tent is gonna be used. And now Quicksilver Eyes is all by himself as the last caress was used by Delicious Pancake.
Yeah, he can't really get into this fight anymore without that ultimate. So good 2 kills there picked up for the side of Moze.
No. He goes in a little too far. Is it going to be under tower? Is it going to be the turnaround, though? Does not get it. Wash Up Riven able to take that and get away with his life. And now the follow-up kill on the bot side, able to take down Cage.
Yeah, Thresh started to roam to the top side, and Cage must have gotten caught by a Morgana Bind or something bottom lane and able to be taken out by the Kate Morg. And I think they're going to get this tower here. No one's going to be able to get down there anytime soon.
They're looking to trade this tower for sure. They did get theirs taken just not recently, and looking to trade it back there. We do see the top tower for the side of Moze being super low as well. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to stop that, because that's going to open up a lot for the side of Excalibur around the map.
Yeah, they're definitely going to want to start to get this Jace and Evelyn being able to run around the map a little bit more and try to snowball the lead a bit more. But until then, we've got the Rift Herald still up for another 4 minutes. Ocean spawning in a minute 20. And nice trading by Jace here onto the Camille.
He just took out and made the 2v1 stop because of the amount of damage, but they're looking to try and come in now.
There's no ultimates.
Not up. But goodness, Blustics with that damage.
Yeah, he's finally finished his Yomu, so now he's actually starting to deal a bunch more damage. He's going to hit a lot stronger point here in the 1v1 and actually be able to keep up with the Camille. As we see 4 people around the mid side here. Moze might be looking to start up the Rift Herald. Yeah, they're getting some pings onto it.
Yeah, they're definitely going to start up that Rift Herald. I don't think there's going to be a contest coming through here from the side of Excalibur, because it doesn't look like they have a really good into this situation.
Yeah, Syndra's on the bottom lane pushing that out right now, so they can't really do anything to contest the 5-man from Moze here, as they get the Rift Herald for free.
Yep, and we'll have to see where they want to use that as we are getting towards that 20-minute mark. We still have about 2.5 minutes here. No tower plates anymore, obviously, but still some pressure and some, at least, tower objectives being able to be taken if they use this Rift Herald correctly.
Yeah, for sure. I think they're going to want to try to break open the mid tower with it eventually, but we did see Shady just back now, as the Ocean Dragon is spawning here in a couple seconds, so it's another Dragon timer where Moze is just not going to be there in time to stop it if Excalibur just started up right away.
Yeah, and you can see that Shady is heading down towards this blue side of his jungle, probably looking down towards this farm here because they realize that they cannot contest that or didn't even know it was happening.
I thought Jace was going to jump onto the Orianna there. I got really worried for her. I thought for sure she was about to just get popped, but Jace just farming and pushing him in there.
Washed Up Riven getting the blue buff here.
Yeah, Orianna's topside, and Sejuani doesn't necessarily need it, so I guess it's okay to give it to him there.
Just trying to give some power spikes across to his team here, as Shady Gecko is looking towards this mid lane. Does have Glacial Prison up. We'll have to see if he's able to use it, as we have actually all ultimates up just about, yeah, on the entire map. But we see a back coming through here from Zephyric, and still pretty much a stalemate going on.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a stalemate until Moze finds their opening to use the Rift Herald here. They could honestly just drop it down now if they had seen that the Thresh and Jace had both been back in base. We might actually see Shady doing that now.
Yeah, he's definitely looking for it at least. But here, Quicksilver Eyes on the top side.
Ooh.
Ton of damage on the Mowgli.
Yeah, just a little bit of a trade there. He is going to have to back off though. He's got an unhappy group of Moes going towards him.
Exactly. Right? You always have to be wary of where their team is going, because so far we've seen they really like to commit to this style, kind of roaming together, trying to find these picks and then going from there. So with that being said, they do transition to 3 in the mid lane here with Washed Up Riven and the bot ADC and support being there, but they're still trying to prevent this side push, this split lane pushing here.
Yeah, and we see Evelyn shadowing with the Jace a lot, so I think they're looking to try and take advantage of this Camille in the 1v2. But they're not going to be given too much right now just because the Jace has pushed it into the turret, so She's just kind of waiting for the opportunity. Might get it here. Nope.
Yeah, definitely looking for it, but watch our Riven playing super safe there
Yeah.
on that side lane, and they're just gonna have to kind of pull back. The back's coming through here for the Jace as well. The missed death sentence, but Black Shield just in case.
Yeah, definitely looking just to stop their backs there. He's doing it again. He's being. Everybody hates this guy. The guy who stops your back every 10 seconds.
Yeah, especially as a Jhin, right? 'Cause you just do it from across map, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm still good. But on the spot side, Walker Riven didn't realize, has to flash, but the turnaround is coming through. The Hextech ultimatum is used.
Nice.
The beautiful use of the ultimate, though, is going to get that kill. Gets out, but the Rift Herald's being used mid. The Destiny is just blocked there beautifully by Mowgli, but he gets dropped to about a little bit more than half health while we look at Shelly trying to make some progress in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna get the mid tier here, but it was traded for the inner and the bottom side. As Jhin ultimate coming down to wave clear, I guess, just try to dissuade them from going any
the
further. Nice.
beautiful death sentence coming through. The Black Shield is gonna save her, but if you don't have a Morgana there, you die as an ADC.
Yeah, and Jace just took the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane while all of that was happening. So definitely a pretty good trade here in tower objectives from Excalibur. They're taking away the side lane that you thought Moz would want to go for with having the Camille in the 1v1.
Yeah, and you think that's where they would have that power spike, but really, they commit to this mid lane push and don't do anything about the side lane. And Blustix has some serious damage, and they definitely picked this pick for a reason, especially to contest those side lanes. And mixing it with that Evelynn has worked out very well for them so far, but will it continue like that into the rest of this game?
I think that'll just depend on which lanes they decide to put the Jace into. Because we've seen Evelynn shadowing him for the most of the game. So I think we're going to see that stop a little bit and her start to focus more on the Jhin and the Syndra and get them more into the late game. But I think we want to see them take out the mid tower first so that they can continue pressuring into the aggressive side of the map. Nice ultimate.
Yeah, some engage going on here in the top side. Quicksilver Eyes is going to go down, and we did see on the bot side, Delicious Pancake had started going towards Washed Up Riven, but decided to turn back thinking that he had backed. Then he shows and starts coming back down, so a lot of wasted time. Blustix gets an engage on top of him, but it's Delicious Pancake a little bit too far off here. Wants to continue going, but I believe that Washed Up Riven now understands that he might have two people coming after him.
Yeah, he saw Evelynn on the pink ward there, so he's just going to have to back off and give away that pressure. But we see such wanting on the top side. I mean, again, they're on the top side of the map with dragon spawning, so this Cloud Drake is just going to be given over for free most likely. We'll see how quickly they can get down to contest if they decide to, but Camille's probably going to look for this fight here. Jace is getting pretty close.
Yeah, it's getting super close. Has
Oh,
the flash
no.
right to get the distance, but it's not going to matter.
Oh my
Actually,
God.
knockback coming through, stopping the Hextech ultimatum, but he does.
Yeah, and then Thresh lands the hook there, but not too much is going to come from that. As we see another hook landing, but no. They're just going to play passive. Wait around the dragon. Moz has the advantage here. They've got the well, it's not full advantage, but they have the 4-man here with Orianna backing and walking to base. But Evelynn's got a really nice flank setup here as the dragon's gonna go down for Moz.
Oh, but it looks. Oh man, Washed Up Riven almost made the bad decision to go by himself. Does not make that decision, and actually knows that he's there. Is gonna try to go in all alone. Does he have the damage here? We have the ultimate coming out, and that is it. Delicious Pancake picking up a kill and dodging the ace in the hole. The flash Dark Binding was a little much there, I think.
It was close to hitting, but definitely a little bit ambitious. But the Evelynn ultimate canceled the Caitlyn ultimate animation, and it wasn't back up in time for her to be able to use it again. So honestly, perfect timing on that ability to get the kill and to be able to get out alive.
Yeah, and we're starting to see these power spikes coming through for both teams, honestly. We are about at a 1k gold lead again here for the side of Excalibur, but that's nothing at 25 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it was a little bit larger in the early game too, but the game's definitely become a lot more even. We're seeing the fights start to go both ways, and I think most scaling in their composition is really starting to show as they get into the more mid part of this game.
Yeah, you definitely are, but I do have to say, I think for the side of Excalibur, they have a lot of huge late game champs as well. I mean, just thinking about the crits coming off this Jhin, the unleashed power later on in the game, just one-shotting your carries here with Quicksilver Eyes, it's going to be interesting how the rest of this game pans out if nobody gets exponentially ahead. If it stays at an even game, we're going to have some knockout, drag-out team fights.
Oh yeah, and I would like to appreciate the purchase of QSS here by Cage. We've been seeing the GAs built on him in the other games, and I think QSS here is a really nice purchase against the Sejuani and the Morgana. So definitely appreciating that for the fights that are going to happen soon.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a chaotic one at that. Now, we do see the side of Moze heading around towards, and the charge is going to come over and get him down. I put my pants on a rampage here, and that is just unfortunate for Zephyr.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to see happen there, getting picked up in the mid game, as they're going to be able to get this nice push here onto the mid turret. Nice damage.
Yeah, a lot being put down. They have excellent wave clear, though, as well.
And Evelyn's got a really nice flank positioning here, especially with the black shield down. She might look for something.
We do see the sweeper coming out there. Now Evelyn could be in some trouble, but is still playing the sneaky game.
Yeah, just walking around the side was, honestly, I think a little bit lucky to avoid being seen by Washed Up Riven there. Not sure if that 1v1 would have gone her way again. And yeah, everybody just backs out of the mid lane. We might be able to see Excalibur here take the mid lane turret on this counter push.
I'm still looking for them to capitalize on this inhib they took earlier. They haven't put any priority on trying to get it down to provide that pressure on the map. They do take down this outer tower in the mid, though, and are able to get a little bit more presence there. But I would expect for them to try and get this inhib at some point.
I think they definitely should. I think they should be putting the Jace down there, especially with the teleport. Yeah. He can definitely start to pressure it. Even if he's not taking it, he can at least, you know, pull them onto that side of the map and look for a Baron here. But
oh, Dustin is going down onto Kenny. He has to go golden there or he dies. Curtain Call is going to come out as well. Shockwave missed on the side over there. Destinance is going to land again by Zephyr, but now Delicious Pancake is all by himself against the tank on the team. And now the rest of the team for Excalibur are going to try to put some pressure off of Delicious Pancake. Oh my goodness, no.
Yeah, Orianna QW definitely hurts at this stage of the game, especially with the 2 items completed and the Sork shoes. But Moze is going to be forced back off here. They are going to lose the pressure on the map, so we'll see if Excalibur can do anything here. Pancake looking for another flank.
Yeah, and one thing I've seen about Pancake is, yeah, he has a lot of damage, but he's just not able to get into these fights yet.
Yeah, and Shady being forced to flash. They're getting a little bit, trying to clear the wave there, and the damage is a bit too much to be able to stay safe from. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit wishy-washy here. Both teams kind of riding that nice edge, really. Not deciding to go into these full fights, but still wanting to put some siege up. As we do see the next dragon is going to be available here very quickly. That was a very interesting way of working out, but an Infernal Drake coming up now is going to be highly contested as we see both teams coming and collapsing around it.
Yeah, we're finally going to see a dragon contest here from Moze.
TP coming in.
Oh,
we're going to have to see how this fight goes. He's all by himself. Oh my god, the beautiful lantern coming out immediately makes them second guess themselves, and this could be the fight. This could be the turnaround. They take out the jungler. Now Bloodstick is on the backside, but it's still a Camille who is able to do so much for them. The Caress comes out to stop the ace in the hole. Quicksilver Eyes is trying, but now the Camille is too strong. And it actually goes down to Delicious Pancake. They're doing the Infernal Dragon, and it will go down to them. But it is now 2 or 3 actually alive on each team, respectively.
Man, what a long, just really weird, almost 3-sided fight there. We saw Jace flash in onto the backline over the Shockwave, and at the same time, Washed Up Riven went in onto the backline of Excalibur, fighting against 3 people and just completely splitting the fight apart. At the end of the day, though, Moze come out ahead there. They're able to get the Infernal Dragon. Definitely nice to stop Excalibur from being able to have 2 of them. and are able to pull ahead from the end of that fight. And look to control this map here once they get back onto it. With another Infernal Dragon coming up as our last dragon before Elder too.
I love the RNG spice of life here.
Oh
in
yes.
playoffs. Now we do see Quicksilver Eyes taking this blue for himself. Baron is up, but no team has really tried around it so far. We do see a little bit of vision there, but nothing too crazy.
Right. Yeah, they'll start to look for things soon. They've both got to start getting back onto the map and pushing the lanes out. We see Jace here finally looking into that bottom side. We'll get matched by Camille soon too, but Evelyn, they're just kind of poking around each other.
Oh,
Oh,
Shockwave
no.
used again, gonna miss there. Zephyr. Although I have to say, Zephyr has been landing some crazy hooks. He's also been getting caught out a ton.
Yeah, there's definitely been a lot of mispositioning there in the mid games of these during the series here, but I think honestly a little lucky there that the Shockwave was maybe a second too late on the trigger. I would say I think that would have hit if he used it a second earlier. But
Yeah.
unfortunate miss there. Moes have pretty well full control on the Baron here, and they're
Started it?
sort of.
I guess they wanted to kind of make them think they were starting it.
I guess
And
Poop just
Beta?
doesn't like Kenny and makes him take damage.
Yeah, I guess
Oh.
the Glacial Prison is gonna miss there from Quicksilver Eyes. He gets himself, actually gets put into the Glacial Prison.
Oh no.
Follow up there does go down. Mowgli is on a rampage now, and that is huge for the side of Moe's. Looking
Yeah.
to start up this Baron as well, but turn onto the Freak here. Is he gonna be able to get out? The box is popped, but the Camille is there as well. It's gonna be popping down the damage. That's gonna be it for that fight there. And you have Delicious Pancake on the backside, still not able to do anything. It's gonna take out the support there, but is gonna be left out for. Actually, the Crest is gonna save him. The Flash as well is about to get the invis up as well. Is gonna kind of try this 007. Wow, what a beautiful predict there from Riven.
Yeah, and then just getting taken out there. They get the chase down. Now there's 4 people down. People are coming up soon for the side of Excalibur, but there's no way they're going to be back in time to contest this this Baron here. Syndra's teleport's not up. So
Mustic.
it's possible.
That Shock Blast could possibly do it. They're letting him sit on the outside. He's going to be saving up that cooldown. Is he going to be able to do it? The Flash?
Oh? No.
And
No
just
smite
doesn't do
used.
it.
Just,
Nope.
you know.
Not even worried.
There was not a chance that Jace could have stolen that. He knew. Camille Q execute. Ridiculous. But they get the Baron here now. Definitely really, really good for their team composition to be able to start pushing down these turrets. They haven't really had too much of an opportunity to get a lot of tower sieges down. With Caitlyn having 3 items and that QSS completed, they're going to have some really good siege with this Baron. And probably look to open up the base here in a few waves.
Yeah, they definitely are. And we see the side of Excalibur here playing a lot more back-footed, trying to get this vision cleared around their jungle, and really trying to find a way into this. Because right now, I mean, to be honest, your jungle does a lot of damage, but he's not able to do a lot for you. Cage is going to have to pop the heal. Gets 2-shot by Washed Up Riven.
Camille Q does a lot of damage at this stage in the game to a little Jhin. And yeah, they're just going to start pushing in here. Jin's going to be down for 40 more seconds as they just start playing 2 lanes of the map here.
Yeah, we have Inferno coming up in about 30 seconds. I'm sure that's going to be a high priority for them. But you see this pushing being put down here. Wash Up Riven
Oh no.
is going to get out with all those abilities being used by Zephyr.
Yeah, unfortunately Thresh was just a second too late on the Flay, so he didn't get to keep Washed Up Riven in the box, but he's going in here on the Evelyn.
Yeah, it's a ton of damage. Press being used there.
boy.
Quicksilver Eyes is going to go golden under tower, but it's not enough. There's 4 members on you, and now the inhib tower and inhib are going to fall for the side of Excalibur
here.
Turtle, and that's just
Oh.
they're slowly pushing this
Caitlyn.
down. I proved my pants is godlike now. And they have Baron buff. They're pushing down the Nexus towers. They're looking to end the game here. TP coming out though from Camille is going to continue this push.
Yeah, I
And
don't
now it is just going to be it. That is going to be all she wrote. And we are going to a game 5, y'all. I am so excited. We have an ace across the board here, and Moe's push us to the brink.
Man, what a game there by Moe's. They got behind a little bit early on, but they were able to keep the map even, and then have Caitlyn scale up and start walking around the map. Ended the game 8-1 and 6. Oriana ended up 7-1 and 8. And just the two carries there on the team, along with the Camille on the side wave, just one-shotting people come the end of the game, was able to push Moe's back into the game 5. 2 games in a row. We're gonna see if they can pull off the reverse sweep here.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one, but make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We will be right back with Game 5 of this wonderful Best of 5 series in the Dominate Premade semifinals. And welcome back, everyone, to this wonderful best of 5 series here. We have the Dominate Premade semifinals going on with Mo's Gay Bar versus Excalibur Eternal. And we are in this last game point for both teams. A wondrous, miraculous comeback coming out from Mo's for these last 2 games. But going into this pick and ban phase, we do see the Zillion, the Sejuani, and the Zac taken out for Excalibur, the Renekton, Kane, and Zaya taken out for Mo's.
Yeah, and I think we're most likely just going to see a Kaisa first pick here from Excalibur. The Zaya taken out, that's one of the two, Zaya Kaisa meme 80 carries, because they are just the 2 best 80 carries right now. And yeah, they just lock it in, get a nice solid champion for their 80 carry. We don't have to see more Jhin. Unfortunately, not the best champion in the current meta. So we'll see what Mo's answer with here. There's a lot of things available. They could pick up the Syndra again. They could go for a Jarvan for the jungle. We'll have to see what they're going to want to take.
Yeah, and they
Thresh.
start off with the Thresh here on that pick. And against the Kaisa, not too bad. But also just looking at this composition, I mean, I want to see something, a power pick coming out here for this other ADC on the side of Mo's. I wonder what they are going to go for here, though.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to take the Jarvan away. They're looking to pinch Shady's champion pool here, as his top 3 champions, pretty well known, are the Sejuani, Zac, and the Jarvan. And I don't think we've seen him on anything other than Sejuani and Jarvan this game, so he's going to... no, sorry. Most has Shady Echo. My apologies, I'm on the wrong side. But Excalibur followed back with the Warwick and the Nautilus. So we see the Kaisa Nautilus here picked up for the bottom lane. Pretty good. Good lane. And pretty good into the Thresh as well. Nautilus is a nice pick into it. I think we're going to see the Mo's 80 carry here.
I don't like
not
the
sure
Warwick.
what we'll see. I'm not sure how I feel about it.
I mean, it did provide a lot of CC, a lot of like weirdness, I guess, in that other game, but it wasn't very efficient in the late game, and that's where everything mattered. But now you have Mo's picking up an ADC and Ezreal, which we haven't seen so far.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I like the Ezreal pick. I think they could have gone with something a little more aggressive. Like, they honestly could have picked up the Draven again. We saw that picked by I believe it was Teddy at Worlds, picked up the Draven as an aggressive lane pick into the Kai'Sa. But we'll see the Ezreal here, a much more safe option, lets them scale into the mid game, and the mid games have been where all these games have been decided. There hasn't really been any huge snowball games, so we'll see that. But quick second rotation bans, Pantheon Jax banned by Moze, and Irelia Veigar banned away by Excalibur, so we'll see Moze probably pick up their mid laner here. Syndra's still available. Just expect to see
And
that.
Oriana, we could see either one of them here.
Or Oriana. Or Nico.
Oh my goodness, we're gonna throw in a whole different champion here. We're gonna might see Nico. We give him
Mowgli
a couple seconds.
does love this champion, so this is definitely very much a him pick, and it gets locked in for him there. So definitely an interesting flavor. We haven't seen anything we haven't seen that champion come out yet. I don't think it's been banned at all during this series either. So much more similar to the Veigar that was picked earlier. He's just going to want to control the fights, but the Rise is picked up by Excalibur. Honestly, completely missed that it got through to this far.
So, and I'm guessing that it's gonna be straight AP. But do you think there's any chance of it being on hit?
As
I
in
doubt it,
the
right?
Nico? No, that's definitely
Yeah.
almost
It's
certainly going to
definitely
be AP. Yeah. But we see the Ahri picked up, so that's going to be actually a Rise top lane.
Gonna be a lot of AP on their team here as well.
Yeah, I definitely hope to see Kai'Sa going for the more AD-oriented build instead of the Nash's Tooth. Probably pick up the Stormrazor, the Essence Reaver first.
Yeah. Ooh, we see
Camille again.
they're gonna try and pick up this Camille again, and that is scary because of the damage we saw her putting out last game.
Yeah, and their team fight is really, really nice with the Camille ultimate and the Jarvan ultimate. You can put Nico right on top of that with her Pop Blossom and just get a really, really strong wombo combo for their team fight, as well as a strong 1v1. But I think, at least for the early parts of the game, that Rise is going to be able to get some nice scaling and control on the top side, and probably be able to scale up a little bit. But we'll have to see how everything goes.
We definitely will. And these compositions are a little bit different than what we've seen so far. Not very much. We still see a lot of the same picks being picked up here across the board. But they do throw a couple things that change up in here. Especially this Ahri Rise. Gonna have to see which one wants to go where, which matchup they want to go into. Like you said, I do expect the Rise to be top lane Ahri mid, because that seems like the better matchup for the two opposings there as well. So we'll have to see how that wants to work out there.
Yeah.
But do you expect the jungles to be a heavy difference in this, or is it going to be a lot more of the solo lanes like we've seen?
I'm expecting to see some more early pressure brought onto the map by Jarvan again. The last time that Jarvan was in the game, he level 2 ganked bottom after, I think it was the Nautilus Blue Flash and that really wacky level 1 that happened. And then just ran to mid almost right after and got another kill there. So I think we're going to see a lot of ganking from the Jarvan. Whereas with the Warwick, we're likely going to see some more farming, get to 6, and then be able to start ganking around. So for the side of Excalibur, I think it's going to be more important for the solo lanes to just, or for the lanes in general, to just not be dying to the Jarvan ganks. Because I think he's going to want to be very aggressive at the start.
Yeah, for sure. And it's something we're going to have to keep our eyes on as we go into this game. But when you look at these compositions together, kind of like last game, give me a little rundown of these PowerPoints for these teams.
Right, so for the side of Excalibur, we have two of the stronger late game carries. We've got Ryze and there's Kai'Sa, right? So both of those champions like to scale up to the 25-30 minute point and then just completely take over games. So I think we're going to want to see from them, the idea of the game is to just get into the mid game and the late game team fighting and then just pretty much run over the side of Moze. Whereas for Moze, I think we're going to see more of split push with the Camille. The Nico's got some good wave clear, and they're pretty good at avoiding a dive with the Thresh, the Jarvan, and the Ezreal. So I think we're just going to want to see them focus more on the 1-4 and have Camille just try to run over the Ryze in the mid game.
Yeah, and when you look at that, I mean, you just have to kind of hope, I guess, as the side of Excalibur, that it works out in your favor. It looks like we did have a small little desync error here, though.
No.
Might have a little bit of an issue. It does look like we are back to the creation of the game, but I'm sure we'll be right back into it in just a little bit.
I just need a small client restart. It shouldn't take too long here, I think. So not the end of the world. We've had these delays in like 4 of these games, so it's not not uncommon
Nothing
today.
new.
Yeah.
Very, very, very typical so far for the series. At least we're staying in the realm of everything that's happened, right? We're not seeing too much crazy. I mean, besides the Nico and the Ezreal.
Yeah, and we're
Maybe
not
that's
really
a little
seeing.
different.
It's not even too much different in terms of flavor either. Like most have
Yeah.
been, they've been picking carries for their top lane for the entire series, right? And they've wanted him to be a strong point of damage for the team the entire set. And same for Excalibur, they've been picking that for their mid. And even sort of in their jungle, they've liked the team fighting style compositions. So I think we honestly see it's the same comp, different champions for the most of the games, and the client, is appreciating that as well and saying, you know what, I'll break for these games too. Everything's got to be the same.
Yeah, right. And you just gotta keep going with it. That's the whole point.
And it keeps linking Silver Scrapes. Oh, I should have put Silver Scrapes as the drafting song too.
Goodness, Rando, what's going on, man?
I should have. That's okay.
Nah, it's all good. But we are moving into this game here soonish. Just waiting on a couple things here, but I'm really excited to see these rune choices. Hopefully we see something a little bit crazy. I don't know, for game 5, honestly I expect it to be all normal because both these teams really want to win, but with how the series has gone, I kind of want some spice.
I think the craziest thing that we may see is like Klepto Camille. I think that might be if that happens. I don't know if I would suggest it into Rise personally, but if there's anything crazy, we may see that. I mean, I think we're gonna get Glacial from Nico. We haven't really seen any Glacial stuff yet this series. No, the Veigar was Glacial, but that's been the only time, and I think everything else is just gonna be pretty standard.
Yeah, I think so too as well. And it's really going to be about Washed Up Ribbon and how he performs on this game, because honestly, that has been the telling part of Mo's series so far. Is if he's down, if he's not doing great, yeah, he's still really good at the game, but the team itself cannot recover from that. So we'll have to see how he shows up on this game 5 and where the mental is here for the side of Excalibur, because you've lost 2 games in a row where you were smashing the first 2.
Yeah, definitely. Being up 2-0 is nice. They may have gotten a little over aggressive, maybe with the champion picks. They might have been overconfident. They did kind of rein it back a little bit here instead of without picking the Evelynn and the Jace. They picked something a little bit more standard considering we have a Warwick, but definitely things that might be a little more consistent and hopefully telling of the fact that, okay, all right guys, we got to settle down. Don't let them complete the reverse sweep. We already got one last night in Dama Open, and don't know if we want to see 2 teams getting reverse swept in the same weekend.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be a telling one. We are going to send it, I believe, to a small little break here while we get everything going, though, for you. It's a little bit longer of a break here because we did have those champion select issues, but we will be right back with this game 5 of this series. Everyone, we are here with game number 5 of the Dominate Premade Semifinals matchup between Mo's Gay Bar and Excalibur Eternal. I swear, as the game series goes on, it gets harder and harder to say that name. But we are into this game so far. We are moving forward here as well. And on to Summoner's Rift, we see a decent amount.
We've got a lot of empty map here as both teams are doing a nice little 5-man. Mo's on the red side bush there, and Excalibur trying to go in onto the blue side jungle. Just, walking in, get some vision. Oh, they're going for the unique gank path there into the tri-bush. But
Yeah, they wanted to try to get something out of it, but just were not able to.
I'm going to pan the camera over there. They're... Watch the one team. They at least get the one ward in. Mo's unfortunately not getting any information off of their stack, but... Interesting
Get a
little
little bit.
one.
Get a ward over.
Oh!
Ooh, they think that there was a... There was something in the bush there. They weren't able to get it though. But we do see a different Warwick skin this time around. It's gonna change things here, Rando.
What did he use last time? I wasn't paying
The
attention.
pink
actually.
one. Look at, like,
The pink one.
Cool looking pink one, yeah.
Oh, okay.
This time it's the special one that came from, I can't remember what. All the, like, the Pantheon
Medieval?
skin, the...
Oh.
No, it has, like, the special, like, what is it, like, rainbow color scheme, kind of? I don't know. We'll get to it, though. As we are into these lanes here so far. Nothing too crazy coming up. You do see some typical trade patterns, Poop My Pants is trying to get those Kleptomancy stacks up as well. He's able to get a little bit of gold for himself.
Yeah, just trying to hit some Ezreal Qs there. We're 2 minutes, 12 seconds into the game. Nothing too much is going to happen. Jarvan just clearing his blue side. Warwick finishing up his Krugs. And then they're just going to start running around the map. We may see something early here from the Jarvan after he finishes that red buff. We're walking
You
into
have
the
to
red
say,
buff, Emil.
my client must be bugged here because all the summoner spells are all messed up right now. So I'll just be going with it. You got to call out these flashes and stuff because I can't see them. So get that going.
So far, the only thing used has been Jarvan's Smite, so you haven't missed out on anything just
There you go.
yet.
And I'll just use my in-game knowledge to keep the timers up, right, for myself. It'll be cool. It'll be practice as well.
Yeah,
But-
just click them and ping them. Easy.
Yeah, exactly. So into this game so far, though, nothing too crazy. We are at 3 minutes. We haven't seen any early ganks. We haven't seen any early pressure either. And a little bit of a different start here so far.
Yeah, one of the less active early games, but as I say that, Jarvan's walking up to Rise here on the top side.
And he is. He's going to be able to get the gank in as well. Flag Drag going to go through. He's going to go down. That is first blood given over to Shady Gecko.
Interesting decision by Rise to not flash the Jarvan combo. I think he would have definitely been alive by flashing it, but does end up just giving up the first blood as Warwick finishes off the scuttle for his team there. And Rise just going to walk back to lane.
That's a good amount of gold giving over to Shady Gecko this early on as well.
Yeah, and he's definitely going to want to start. It's probably the best lane for him to gank there, the Rise. Immobile champion when he doesn't use his flash, and at least now he's probably going to want to go back there, get that flash again, and then just continue camping him. Honestly, I think one of the best ways for him to get a good lead in the game is to get this Rise behind and not let him scale into the mid game. But
Well, exactly, right? You don't want that machine gun Rise coming online, especially what we saw in these series so far. That Rise did provide a ton of damage in those later game fights as well. Now, for this so far, we see a pretty passive lane on the bot side for both sides here. But the engage going through for Delicious Pancake is trying to get Mowgli. He does have to flash for the charm or he will die.
yeah, definitely a good flash there. Warwick actually using his Q to get over the root from Nico, but Nautilus getting some damage in on the trade, but not too much is going to happen there.
Not able to really connect fully there. Blustick is going to get super low as well. Delicious Pancake in this 1v1 fight against Shady, but he has Vexus coming over to help him. As the bot lane tried to blow up to help the jungler, but they all collapse at the perfect time. Nobody wants to flash over, and they let him get out. Shady Gecko barely living with his life.
Yeah, but he is forced to burn the flash there, so that's going to stop Jarvan's early game. I think he's going to be a little more wary of going for these early ganks now, and honestly, I think that's a win for the Rise mostly for out of anybody in the team, because now he knows that he's just going to be able to be safe and farm as long as he's not getting solo killed. And Warwick's going to start up the dragon.
Starting up an early dragon, we have seen these kind of things before from Warwick. They do like to go for this early because they have that power at the beginning there. And it's going to be a mountain as well, so very nice crate to get for these objectives in this game. And a pretty powerful start for them.
Yeah, and going into the mid game, their objective take is really good as well with the Kaisa. And so they have a lot of single target damage. They're going to be able to sneak away Baron at 20 minutes if they're, you know, obviously not looking that far ahead right now, but definitely something to think about.
Yeah, so the thing that worries me here for the side of Moats, they don't have a lot of late game damage. I mean, they do to an extent, but they don't have the same light that Rise and the Kaisa bring to the table. So I have to say, they really got to play this early part especially well, because if they don't get anything ahead, they're going to be in worse for wear towards those late game team fights.
Yeah, they definitely have to be careful to not get like snowballed around 20 minutes so far. Once the Rise finishes his tier item, and we'll see if Kaisa goes for it, but Rise doing a lot of damage here.
Ooh, Wash Up Ribbon almost getting taken down there, and we see why they decided to put this Rise towards the top side. That was so close.
That nearly spread to him. That might have almost killed him actually, but gets away barely. I'm just gonna recall into base here. Most likely gonna use that teleport. Rise is gonna need to back as well soon because he's low on mana.
Yeah, and having that TP up is actually not going to be used here by Wash Up Ribbon. He's deciding to just walk back to lane. We'll have to see what the response is from Bluesticks if he wants to use that TP, if he wants to save it as well.
I think he should also save it. The wave did get put back into the middle of the lane, so there's no urgency for Camille to TP back and break a freeze because Rise didn't freeze. But we see Jarvan just kind of setting up camp in that back bush in the lane. See how
That's
long
so
he waits
dirty.
there for.
That is so dirty. It is a lot of time being spent though.
And a lot of experience going to get soaked from Camille as well, so if this doesn't turn out for them, it's not going to be great. But he did decide to give up on it. I guess Rise taking too long to get back. Oh, never mind. Stops his recall, but we'll see how it goes.
I gotta say, the forethought of Kenny to roam up towards the scuttle to try and prevent Delicious Pancakes from taking it was great. Now the rest of the team is gonna follow and join him though, but it did provide a little bit more time as we see Shady Gecko has slowly moved up towards this Rise up here.
Yeah, he's got into the closest bush now, so Rise... I can guarantee you Rise is not thinking about this lane gank, so we'll see what happens when this wave gets unfrozen there from the side of his turret. As he just kind of is going to wait patiently. Shady also did this on Jarvan in, I believe it was game 3. He waited bottom lane for a gank for maybe 45 minutes to a second, and then they ended up getting a kill there, but gives up on the long con. Unfortunately not going to pay out.
Yeah, and that's where you have to take these gambles here. It's Shady trying to get Wash Up Ribbon ahead because they know that he is the carry potential on their team. But when you commit that much to the top side, you've got to be careful what you're giving up on the other side. Luckily, the Death Sentence is not going to land there as well. And we do see the All-In trying to go for Wash Up Ribbon in the top side here.
Yeah, Rise getting the better of that trade, especially with that Q bouncing there. And Warwick's going to be up here, probably seen on that ward, so I don't think Washed Up Ribbon is going to get too aggressive here on this play, as he's just going to farm this lane out.
Yeah, and when you look at the game state so far, I mean, it's been pretty quiet compared to the rest of the series so far, and I think it's because we are in game 5. The root is going to land on Vexus there. A decent amount of damage being put down on it, but not very much, actually.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage traded. I do want to point out, though, that Warwick, throughout this early game, I think with a bunch of the time spent on the ganks, has built up a 16 or so CS lead now on the Jarvan, as he's both junglers looking heavily around this top lane. He's also coming in looking to maybe dive this wave, but Washed Up Riven knows about it. They've pinged him off. And we'll see if anything happens here. Warwick may just go in for this Rift Herald. Get that solo.
Yeah, Definitely
Walks
looking
away.
around, but decides not to. Yeah, and we do see not very much done in the lanes either. I mean, we don't see a big lead for anybody really. I mean, the biggest lead we see is about 15 farm or so for Delicious Pancake there, just being able to move around the map. And that definitely had a lot to do with Shady Gecko staying in that top lane for so long.
Yeah, and now we see the Infernal Dragon spawning in about 15 seconds. Warwick's gonna look to reset and walk on down there as the minion
Super low.
blocking that Q for, for the Camille there. We just get not a lot of action in these early laning phase. The CS is really good though. I like to see that. Almost 100 CS at 11 minutes on the mid laners and the AD carries for both sides.
Yeah, which means nobody's been really disrupted so far. They've been just kind of playing the game they want to play. We do see an Infernal Dragon up now, and it is going to be heavily contested here.
Yeah,
We do see Moze all surrounding him.
and we saw the teleport come in from Ari to get back into here as well, so gonna get the 1v1 top side as well at the same time.
He has no mana. He's not able to do any damage because he can't pull it off. The blast from the washed up ribbon is going to take it, but we have a bigger fight in the bot side here as it's being turned for the side of Excalibur. They are able to pick off the members so far. Mosley is going to be a little bit over here, but Delicious Pancake has to blast away or he will die.
Yeah, they pull out the 2 for 0 on the bottom side, but Rise does get taken out in the 1v1 top lane. Ran out of mana in the middle of the team fight, unfortunately, or in the middle of the 1v1, unfortunately, so he probably would have had that kill if he was able to use a couple more spells, but the Dragon's going to be taken here for the side of Excalibur as they come out ahead on the trade.
So I do have an update. My summoner spells
Okay.
work after they've been
All
used.
right.
So
Perfect.
now I know when washed up ribbon Flash is going to come up because he used it to close the gap with Ballistics.
And speaking of closing the gap, Ballistics did TP up to the top lane and now forcing Camille's up as well. So both sides on the top side are not going to have teleport, as we see the TP from Nico and Ezreal are coming up too. So we may see some map plays with them in the next few
Yeah, I know.
minutes. Maybe.
I know it has nothing to do with this, but I gotta say it's kind of cool seeing who has and who hasn't used Flash yet.
Who hasn't
Because-
used Flash yet?
Cage hasn't used Flash yet. Zephyr hasn't used Flash yet. Vexus hasn't used Flash yet. Blustix hasn't used Flash yet. Kenny, I poop
that's
my
true.
pants. And Kenny and I poop my pants are the two on the side of Moze that haven't used it. So a lot of Flashes haven't been used in this game so far.
Yeah, that's definitely something interesting to think about as we see 4 people here on the top side.
All in on the Delicious Pancake here. He is going to be super low. Pop Blossom is going to come down, is going to get that kill as well. They are able to pick up another, but TP coming in the backside, I poop my pants, is going to decimate Zephyr there, and Mosley is going to be in some trouble here too. True Shot Barrage is going to come through, isn't able to pick up anything, but that is a 2 for 2 in that crazy fight.
And now they're just waiting in the bush there. Cage spots it with his W. He was just kind of... He kind of stood there and took a bunch of auto attacks from the Gromp while evolving his Q at the end of that fight. But solid fight all around. Nobody ended up getting the Rift Herald. And just 2 for 2 fight for the teams. The gold is pretty well dead even. And yeah, honestly, I think it'll be in the favor of Excalibur here. They've both starting to scale up with their items. Kaisa finishing the Manamune. And Rise has the Roa and is going to be continuing to stack his tier, so the longer the stacking goes on, you know, they have 2 tiers, the side of Moze only has 1, so obviously by count of tiers, the scaling is in their favor.
Yeah, it definitely is. And when you look at, like we were talking about, these late game team compositions, I definitely do give it to Excalibur, but you do have some power points for the side of Moze. You just got to be careful in how you use it. Especially with these crazy fights, like the ones we saw around Baron Pit, around Dragon Pit, with these extended fights moving out, not even being in a centralized location, but just kind of spreading out across the area. You really got to know your position. You've got to trust your teammates.
Yeah, and I think we'll see a lot of that coming forward. But Mowgli is fooling the Ahri, getting him to charm the clone. As Rise,
He's gonna be in some trouble here. We have 3 members over here by Mose. They do miss it. The
flash.
Castos is coming down. Delicious Pancake is there to try and provide some backup.
That's a double kill going down. Bloodstix wants to continue. He knows he has the angle and I poop my pants, but he is an Ezreal.
no.
You gotta be careful. You miss one of them, but he is gonna go down.
And that
Oh
is
my
3
gosh.
members going down for none for the side of Excalibur and
that was-
continuing their press.
And that was a 2v3 as well. Rise finally using his flash for the first time, flashed out of the Jarvan combo, and then almost baiting them to go a little bit too over aggressive with the Warwick there, getting the fear onto 2. And you know, Rise doing Rise thing with his E and his Q, getting a bunch of AoE damage down. Mowgli's gonna get the ultimate down here.
Flash finally being used by Vexus as well. They are able to get the stuns down onto Mowgli, but Zephyr is going to be so close. Goes Golden is most likely going to get out of there. Actually not. The box is going to
Thresh
proc
auto
and he
attacks.
does go down to the Thresh auto attack. Vexus sitting there with no mana is unable to help his teammate.
Yeah, definitely. At least they're able to get the kill onto Mowgli. The Ignite did tick down and kill him. So they do get the 1-for-1 trade, but Camille on the bottom side just taking the bottom lane tower while nobody was there to contest her. So good trade on the side of the map there from Moz. First tower too, actually. So solo gold for the first turret for her, which is really nice for them to get the solo lane scaling.
Yeah, they're definitely looking for that as well, as we do see Mowgli up towards that top side. He's going to be looking to push in that tower as we have a reset coming through for Excalibur.
Yeah, Moz is just a little bit ahead on the tower pushing right now. Getting a lot of, like, I think almost half of the turret there on the top side for Mowgli just for free because of the back timing. But Excalibur's setting up for the dragon here. They've got 4 people down, but Moz is bringing them as well. They don't want to give up a second mountain to this team.
Yeah, especially when you already have given them an Infernal and a Mountain. You do not want to give over that second Mountain, as that'll do so much for these objectives. As we do see the Rift Herald being summoned here on the bot side, it's going to provide them with a distraction while they are able to do this Mountain Drake. You've got to choose your poison here. You give them a second Mountain Drake, which it looks like they decided they will. Actually, the Charm's going to land. That was a beautiful phase shift coming out from My Poop My Pants, though. The return engage, though, they're getting kind of collapsed on. I got to say, Mowgli is perfect with those copies. Zephyr is going to be caught out there. Deathstar's going to go through, get a double knockup, but not going to do anything else. And after all of that, the dragon resets, and it looks like Mose is going to try to take them.
Yeah, and they went for that play without having Rise teleport up, and he's just been pushing the top lane as Camille walked down, but they're going to look for the dragon here.
Yeah, that might have not been the greatest decision. True Shot Barrage is going to come through for Vexus, and they take him out. That was just an unfortunate positioning error by the side of Excalibur, and that gives a ton of pressure over to Mose.
Yeah, and you mentioned it just before that, but another point, Mowgli's clones on the Nico have been so good, blocking so many charms of the Ahri's. So Ahri's not able to get any picks with her charm, and that's honestly her biggest impact of a game, being able to charm somebody for like 2 seconds and get them to be killed. But Mo's able to pick up the mid turret here off of that nice fight they got in the on the bottom side of the river, and just start to open up the map again. They got the first mid tower last game as well, so we'll start to see them moving around the map with some more pressure.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, as well, blocking the Dredge lines coming through from Zephyr as with those clones is crucial too. The Death Sentence is going to land on the cave, but they do not commit to it.
Yeah, they haven't backed yet after the dragon fight and the mid tower, so they're all sitting on a decent amount of gold here. Press the button there. At least 1,600 on Jarvan, Nico, and Ezreal, who haven't had the chance to reset, but they need to defend this mid turret.
Yeah, they really do. A True Shot Barrage does come through. The Death Sentence is going to land. Box coming out. Delicious Pancake is going to go down as well. And that is a Trinity Force picked up for the Camille now as well. So that's going to be a huge power spike coming through for Mose.
Yeah, she's definitely just going to start getting very, very strong. She's not going to be able to be contested in the solo lane right now. So Mose is going to have that strength for them for a good while in this game. And Warwick getting a little bit aggressive to push there. Archangel's on Rise, yeah. So now he's going to get that stacking pretty soon, most likely. That's actually going to be finished.
Yeah, and we do see a back coming out through this bot lane for Mose. They're going to try and buy some items here. Trend Force picked up for I Poop My Pants, and Redemption picked up for Kenny Master Lin. But nothing else too crazy. We have 2 towers taken for each side. But besides that, nothing too crazy.
It's a 700 gold lead for Moe's, and at this stage in the game, that is 2 log swords, so it is not much of a gold lead at all. This game is completely even, barring the Infernal Dragon.
Embrace completed.
It's really good. This Rise is gonna... He's starting to reach his unstoppable point. Next item, half item, if he finishes... I'm not sure we'll see him go for the Oblivion Orb here. He's probably just gonna go right into the Death Cap. Once that's completed, he's gonna be a very scary guy to play against.
He definitely is. And when you look at these power spikes, that is the one that we kind of hinging our bets on there if you are Excalibur, because
Oh no.
you need power here. But Zephyr is going to get caught out yet again, and this has been a story of the game so far. But they're deciding to commit everything.
Cataclysm's gonna come through as well. True Shot Barrage is gonna be returned. Watch of Ribbon is here now. Hextech Ultimatum's gonna go through, but he's gonna get dropped. Hot Blossom right in the middle, and the team only gets 1 member, but they're able to pick off 2 during that. And now it's just Vexus and Cage who are left, and they have to find a way to make this work.
Yeah, Ari used 2 or 3 of her ultimate charges to go in on the Thresh, and that Redemption was pretty well perfectly placed there by Kenny to heal him and Ezreal at the beginning of that fight. So the entire early engage was just pretty well wasted by the side of XL, and then they're able to just continue and pick up that team fight. We didn't see a Killer Instinct from Kaisa. I think that's what the ultimate's called. She didn't actually end up using the ultimate in that team fight. There's no position for her to go in and dive on the back line. So a good fight from Moe's here, starting to try and pick open the game, but still only 1,500 gold lead. It's not going to be too much.
I Poop My Pants has still not used Flash. We're 22 minutes into the game.
He hasn't needed to.
I know, you're an Ezreal.
He
You don't
hasn't
ever
needed
need to, really,
Yeah.
unless it's like dire. And like we've been talking about almost this entire time, there's been really nothing going on, so they've just been farming and being able to take these kills when they're given to them as well.
And it's definitely a good thing for these, for an Ezreal. You don't really want to be using your Flash, always having something available. But Fire Dragon coming up here, 10 seconds. We see Mowgli teleporting in to be there on the side of the map as Ari is pushing on the top side as the member with TP on that team. But
Delicious Pancake has to use the Infinite Duress to get out, but now it is Zephyr again who's getting pulled into the enemy team all by himself. He is going to go down, and that is just too much CC to deal with. That might be an Infernal Dragon going over to Moe's.
yeah, I think we're going to see them try to contest it here still, but they don't have the Warwick ultimate anymore. They don't have that much to be able to try and contest it, but Death Sentence does miss. Will we see anything?
Ooh, the charm going through. Spirit Rush is used there. I love seeing the double super soakers just get used out against each other. It's funny.
I do not like seeing that item at all. That thing is so annoying.
Just wait for the ghosts.
Oh yeah, I don't know if we'll be seeing the ghosts on either of these champions here. Maybe, but I don't think we'll be seeing them in these 2 gold paths. Mowgli did end up finishing the Leandries there, and Ari went for the Zanyas, so just another fight there going for Moe's in the mid game as Washed Up Riven takes some damage in this trade.
Feels so bad when you know that Blustick can do so much damage to the Camille, but just can't hit the combos so far because she's so quick and moving around.
Yeah, just missing that 1 key would have been another like 300 damage.
Yeah,
if not more.
It changes the state of the fight so much, but just unable to connect there, as we do see them take out a middle tower on the outside there, able to provide a little bit more pressure and able to push in that wave a little bit more. We do see assistance pings coming around the Baron for Moe's. Well, let's see if they want to actually start it.
Just looking to get some control here.
Yeah.
They did the Cage just backed on the Kaisa, starting to run out from base now, so they had time to take advantage of that back timing to get control of the map on this side.
Now
Just
they are
gonna
looking
death ball.
towards this mid. Yep, and looks like it's just gonna be the classic NAA ram. going to be running together, trying to find these picks. We do still see some side lane priority being put in by Excalibur here. But you've got to be able to match the pressure coming out.
Yeah, it's just right now the pressure is just gonna keep going back and forth. Soon we're gonna see Mo's reset, and then Excalibur's gonna go up to the Baron side and just take control of that right back. We see Shady contesting this blue buff, sort of, but standing and watching Rise take it instead.
Yeah, right. Just get a nice viewpoint of it, you know.
And look at all those
Holy cow, that
wards.
vision. Yeah, exactly. Just looking at that. Great minds think alike, Rando, as we see all the warding put in by Mo's around the Baron pit there. Now they're looking to contest it here, trying to take some of this vision off, but they have so much vision you can't do anything. Delicious Pancake's going to be caught out here by the root. The Flagon Dragon's going to connect as well, but they're going to turn around onto Shady. The Redemption is used. Nautilus is going to be taken out. Zephyr again dying, and now it is a 4v5 here. And they decide to not press the advantage.
Yeah, Excel's
What do they
definitely
do?
looking a
Cataclysm
little
coming out here. Shady Gecko is going to be all by himself. Oh, that was so close. Infinite Duress is used, but misses. But I Poop My Pants is following them up, able to kill them. The ultimatum is used by Washed Up Ribbon. That means Cade cannot get out, and now this lead has ballooned to about 4K here, Rando, and they're looking to take the Baron.
Yeah, Moses picked up 3 or 4 team fights in a row now. They're just looking a lot more coordinated in the team fights than Excel is. They're getting split 1 or 2 members every time, and then Moses just taking advantage of it in every single opportunity. We finally saw Poop use his flash aggressively to get a kill, and yeah, now they have the Baron on all 5 members. Camille getting the Baron on her split push with the Hex Drinker finished, and she's probably going to be able to chase down this Rise now. So we're going to see Mo's look to push this with this Baron here with all of their control on the map.
Yeah, where they're going to want to push is the next question here. As we do see, we are evened up on Dragons for both sides. Do you find a big need, I guess, for these teams to contest this last, or I guess the next Infernal Dragon?
I don't think there even should be a contest. I don't like taking Dragon while you have Baron buff on you. I think you should just push the mid lane, push the bottom lane, and then, you know, push them out as far as you can with the Baron and take the Dragon once the Baron timed out. But
Vexus is going to be caught there. Spirit Rush is used on one charge of it, though.
yeah, forced to use that ultimate. That's going to be really important for the next fight here if most look to force anything. But Poop's going to be taking the top turret there. He's got teleport on Ezreal, so he can join down anytime he wants. And they're just going to play around the Dragon here. Camille goes in.
Yep. Does go in, trying to get something on the Vexus. Is all alone, though, in a 1v2. Is going to look to go down. Top Golden to survive for a little bit longer. The Cavalry is coming here, though. Oh my goodness, he gets out. What is this monster masterpiece here? They are going to use the Death Charge to take out Shady Gecko, but the Lantern is waiting for him. Is he going to take it? He is not.
Oh my god, the CC!
And that is it. Oh goodness, TP being used here by Washed Up Ribbon. Wants to continue this fight. They're running away from a 3v4 there, Brando. What are they doing? They're going to turn it back around. They realize they have the numbers advantage.
God.
Their shutdown going on to Cade. And again, more of the back and forth nature of this series.
Yeah, Hugo got out of that 1v4, 1v3, went back to base right in front of their faces, and then teleported in, unfortunately, to just die once again. But while that all happened, Poop took 2 towers on the top side, 3 towers, excuse me, and Mose is going to look to try and stop Excel from taking this Dragon here.
The damage from Kenny Master is going to take out Zephyr. Vexus almost being taken out. Actually, does get taken out by Poop My Pants. Now, Excalibur are going to try to take this Dragon. They do. The Pop Loss is going to come through. Are they going to be able to take this kill back? The Flash coming out, though, does secure that, and they are able to take out Mowgli.
Yeah, but Split Push Ezreal just took everything on the top side. It's taken the outer turret all the way to the inhibitor gets taken down throughout the bottom side fighting that we've been seeing. So definitely an overall good play for Moze here. Even though they do lose the second Infernal, I don't think it's going to be too detrimental for them moving forward if they can continue to snowball.
Yeah, definitely. And the way that they've been playing these team fights, they've just been so strong in them. They are at a 5K gold lead here, sub 30 minutes, just about to crest that time marker. we do not have any objectives coming up here soon. We have about 2.5 minutes on the Baron and about 4 minutes on the next dragon, which is going to be another mountain. So that's a triple.
What a
bubble.
roll.
I love it.
We got 6 dragons, none of them were ocean, none of them were cloud. I don't know if I've ever seen that before, actually. That's kind of insane.
Is it weird to call this a triple double? I feel like that's too basketball based. But it sounds kind of cool going with the dragon.
A triple double. No, it'd be a double triple, right?
Double triple, yeah.
Double triple.
Sorry.
But
My wording. Goodness. What am I going to do with myself? Anyway, the game is getting to a point to that late game where these team fights are going to matter that much more and really decide the game here. As we've seen both of these teams put so much on the line, but now Moze is being this power force in the series, is trying to come in on the reverse sweep of the semifinals, and so far doing it very handily with that 5k lead that we were just talking about.
Yeah, and Moses picked their time to fight in this game like almost perfectly. They're starting the fights before the carries of Excel are able to get into their strong 3-4 item points. Rise is only now he finished up the Righteous Glory and is building into, I imagine it's going to be a Void Staff. Kaisa's finished her 3 items. Is going the AP build is something to think about while she has the Ari and the Rise as her 2 solo lane damage. But
Yeah.
Moze was able to pick all these fights before these item points got through for Excel. So they stopped the scaling and were able to just strike before they could do anything back.
Yeah, I definitely disagree, like you were saying, with that AP focus on the Kaisa. I mean, you have so much coming out. Depth Charge is going to be used onto I Put My Pants, but it's not going to do anything, though. The Charm going to be used onto Kenny. He's going to go down. That's going to be a lot of damage, but Zephyr gets turned
nice
in
engage.
return. And now that is the Cataclysm being used, but that is just... I Put My Pants is doing so much, but the Killer Instinct comes on the backside there. The Ghost Golden for Mobley is going to be taken out, though. Hookshot coming through. He wants to follow it up, but can't. That is
Rise.
so close for Bluster.
Rise just needed to hit one more Q there, but that fight was so close, and it was a complete 4v5 from Moze. Poop actually ended up Eing into the Cataclysm with like 2 seconds left on it, and since Jarvan was already dead, he couldn't take the Cataclysm down, so Ezreal got stuck there right beside Rise and Kaisa. And Kaisa still had the ultimate at the end of that, so was able to get behind the Ezreal and finish off the kill. But a strong 4v5 there. Still, honestly, being pretty even. It was 3 kills from Moze. They got 3 kills in the fight, I believe, so not too bad for them, but definitely not what they wanted to see. I think it would have been preferred if they were able to finish off the fight there and get some pressure, but Excel's going to be back on the map first and be able to pressure this Baron if they look for it right away.
Yeah, and with that Baron being up, it's another big point on the map to contest. You know, we don't see the side of Moze going that way just yet. I mean, you see Shady Gecko clearing a little bit more of his jungle while he can, but I believe now they're going to turn their attention towards that, as we do have the Mountain Drake coming up in 40 seconds.
Yeah, I think they've got their eyes more on this dragon. Everybody's going
Yep.
bottom side. Ezreal wants this red buff right before the dragon fight that they expect to happen. Gonna be a good timing for them to pick this next team fight.
Oh, it looks like they might be
boy.
trying to go for the side lane here. Blustix is going to be in some trouble, but actually they turn around. Have a weird flank going on here. They're going to try to go in on this. They didn't expect them there whatsoever. Delicious Pancake is going to be in some trouble here, as well as Zephyr, who is on the backside, hopefully able to get a nice Pop Blossom there, and that could be the fight. That is going to be 2-0 for the side of Moze, and they're looking to push this mid lane as well, and possibly take some of these objectives.
Yeah, Mo's just getting a really solid team fight with their... whatever that wrap around the jungle was. It was definitely... maybe I got just as confused as Excel did there, and they're going to pick up the dragon there. Ezreal finishing it off just before Warwick gets there, and they're going to be able to take the Baron off the back of that 2-0 fight. So
Like
definitely...
Moze just got their cake and ate.
Absolutely. Now they're just gonna reset, get all the items from these team fights, and just probably look to crack the base, if not end on the next team fight here coming up soon.
So, not to knock the play so far, But I have to say, this game and last game, a heavy emphasis for me has been the fact that Zephyr just keeps getting caught out or keeps engaging
Yeah.
a little bit before his team. And that has been the story of these couple games and why Moze has been able to really break into this series and are on the verge of taking it for their own.
Moze has done a really good job of splitting Excel's team apart. So like
Yeah.
Nautilus has been a little bit far ahead, so they may be looking for some sort of pick. And then Moze is doing a really good job of capitalizing on it before Excel could get in position to finish what they were looking
Okay, we got the
for.
spookies.
It did get finished, yeah. I'm surprised to see Ari being the one finishing it, actually.
That's what I was going to say. It's a little weird to me, but hey, it's whatever works for your teammates, right?
Yeah, I mean, Glacial Ari is definitely the more supportive Ari build as well. So finishing that up, maybe looking to get some picks if they can, but Charm just nearly missing there.
Yeah, and just True Shot Barrage coming through, not going to be able to connect there. Wash Up Ribbon does get dredge line. Ton of damage being put down onto him as well. The Hex Drinker or the Maul of Mount Mortis is going to be popped. They are looking to continue this though. Spirit Rush being used, Charm going to miss as well. Now they're a little bit over here as Delicious Pancake has to turn around.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why we're seeing them 5-man in the mid lane here with the Baron. They have 3 teleports and a super strong champion in the Camille here. I would have preferred to see them going into a 1-3-1 and just pushing the base down. But Excel not getting picked off there is going to be a really good opportunity for them to try and stall out this game and hopefully be able to get to their late game point.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what you're really looking for. You want these power spikes to come through. Now, we do have a little bit of a disparity here on the Dragons. It is 3 for 3, but you have 2 Infernal Dragons for the side of Excalibur, and you have 2 Mountain Dragons for the side of Moze. Which one is going to come up more clutch? That is what we're going to have to decide here, as these next fights will decide this game.
Yeah, I think the next big team fight is probably just going to end up being the winner of the game. It'll swing so much gold. If Excel win the team fight, they're going to start to get enough money to be at that late game point where, as long as they don't get randomly picked out, they'll just be too strong to kill. And if Moze win the team fight, they'll just win the game. So
Yeah, exactly.
we'll see what happens here. They're looking for the split now. They've got Camille in the bottom lane as they bring 4 up to the top side.
And they know the power they have with Washed Up Ribbon on that side lane, able to provide that much damage for them. Trying to get this siege stopped here on the top tower, but they're just slowly bleeding ground here. Fear
Nice
Rush
charm.
is this beautiful charm coming through, but the shields coming out from Mosley are going to turn it completely around. Pop Loss is going to go through, and that is going to be
Oh,
it
the root.
possibly here. Beautifully charmed through, but Vexus is going to go down. Now Next is going to be Case, has to use that Killer Instinct and goes golden, but is going to go down after this. And now it is just Washed Up getting 1v1 on the bot side. But Bloodstick's great show for the last fight, but that's going to be your base. That's going to be it. And that could be the fact that Moze reverse sweep this best of 5 series and go to the finals.
What a beautifully played game there by Moze. 38-minute game, but they were in control of it from, I'd say, the 24-25 minute mark. Just picking team fight after team fight, not letting Excel get to their win condition, and just playing theirs out, honestly, quite well. And pulling off the reverse sweep. Now we've got 2 this weekend. Dominate Open had a reverse sweep last night, and now Moze here getting into the finals off the back of their really, really solid play in the later end of the series.
Yeah, and honestly, after those first couple games where they were just getting decimated, I would not expect, like, if you had told me we're going to go to 5 games and it was going to be a reverse sweep for Moze, there was no way I was going to believe you. But with the play in Game 3, in Game 4, and Game 5 from this team, and from Washed Up Riven, honestly, in these side lanes, just able to pull out a miracle here and show us why they deserve to be in this finals.
Yeah, absolutely pulled out the gameplay. And honestly, yeah, like you said, showing that they're a team worth being in the finals here. And yeah, I don't know, just honestly played the
It's
end of
gonna
that
be a
game really
crazy
well.
finals.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
having both of these teams coming off of, like, it's just gonna be great, man. It's seeing Moze's rise in this series gives me a lot of hope for their final best of 5. You've got to clear up the early game, and you've got to clear up the early parts of the series, though.
Yeah, for sure. And they're going to be going up in the finals against TTT, the number one
Yep.
seed in the league. Moe's is the number 2 seed, so we're getting the top 2 seeded teams playing off in the finals. And I'm looking forward to watching it. It's going to be, if it was half as entertaining as this one, it's going to be so great to watch.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be a good one there. Well, we did want to take a look, at least I did want to take a look at these damage charts here for this last game. You see a heavy emphasis put through by that Ezreal and just in general around the team, but as well as the Nico being able to put out a ton of damage, a ton of CC in those crucial team fights.
Yeah, he was able to just get so much damage off the back of like a bunch of the roots from the Nico and the hooks. We saw in that last team fight, Nico actually rooted all 3 members of Excel that were alive there, while Camille was just pushing in the Rise on the bottom 1v1 as well, and they were just completely taking over the game. And solid work from the 3 carries, I would say, from Moe's.
Yeah, it definitely was. Well, with that, that is going to be it for this semifinals matchup between Moe's Gay Bar and Excalibur Eternal. Moe's Gay Bar taking it in a reverse sweep of all things in this matchup and are able to save the day and go on to the finals. But for us here, we are going to be calling it for this series. But make sure you tune in to Risen Esports Channel 1 for the remainder of the Champion League quarterfinals matchup between Virginia Tech and Lucky.